And sometimes, some people drive under the influence of certain things, coupled with some bad roads and all. I mean, it's a sad one. But let's move on to some other story. We've not reached that point. Jigawa governor rejects T.Y. Danjuma's call for self-defense. Okay, this is one of the stories for Opinion Poll. Omar Namadi, governor of Jigawa State, says Nigeria has not reached the point where citizens should resort to self-defense. The governor spoke on Monday when he featured on Sunrise Daily, a program on Channels Television. On Saturday, Theophilus Danjuma, the former Minister of Defense, asked Nigerians to take up the personal responsibility for their safety. However, Namadi warned that allowing Nigerians to bear arms in defense would lead to anarchy. He, Danjuma, is a very senior security person and should be respected, he said. But if he says that citizens should be allowed to defend themselves, I think you are causing anarchy. His words need to be analyzed carefully. The governor insisted that alternative solutions like dialogue and engagement are more effective than taking up arms, citing the farmer-herder conflict in Jigawa. Namadi said his administration resolved the crisis through dialogue and involvement of traditional rulers. Like I said, what we did in Jigawa, if we allow the people to defend themselves, that means you're causing crisis between farmers and herders, he said. But when we came in, we deployed a lot of strategies, including dialogue and trying as much as possible to engage traditional rulers and stakeholders from both farmers and herders' side. Namadi said the intervention led to the formation of a committee to reconcile the parties involved in the crisis. The governor added that the peace initiative has enabled farmers and herders to work together, interact together, and live their normal lives together. So I think the government is doing its best, both at federal and different state levels. The issue of asking people to defend themselves, I think we have not reached that level yet, he added. All right, I think it's a final story, and it's from the Vanguard newspaper. Okay. Just a moment. Over 10 million naira raised in 4 days to relocate boy who faced Peter Obi's convoy. That's according to the lawyer. Human rights lawyer in EBA, Efyong, has revealed that over 10 million naira has been raised in just 4 days for Quadri Alabi, alleging that the police falsely claimed Alabi was 18 years old to prosecute him in court, even though he is only 17. Efyong revealed that this during an interview on Monday with Channels TV, where he and Alabi were both guests. Alabi was arrested and charged in connection with a violent street fight in the Amukoko area of Lagos earlier this year. However, Magistrate Adetola Olorufemi later freed him following legal advice from the Director of Public Prosecutions, DPP, Dr. Babajide Martins. Speaking on national TV, Efyong explained that the Divisional Police Officer DPO of Amukoko Division subjected Alabi to an internal police trial along with Inspector Odigbe Samuel and other officers. He described their actions as part of an evil, sinister, oppressive and corrupt scheme to frame a teenager for armed robbery instigated by rogue area boys. According to Efyong, the boy sitting next to me, Quadri Alabi, as you know, went viral in 2023 during one of Peter Obi's campaign tours. He spontaneously jumped in front of the convoy, raised his hand, and the photo went viral. That moment changed his life. Donations were made and he gained some popularity. Unfortunately, with that fame came harassment. Local boys began extorting him, saying he hadn't settled them. They even told his mother to buy a cow, cook rice, and throw a feast for the community. As someone who has blown Abi, when she refused, the threats continued. This is actually the second time these same individuals with support from the Amokoko police targeted him. The first time he was quietly detained. The second time in January he was returning home from work. Okay. When he was arrested by area boys, specifically known as Leggy and Baba Waris, who accused him of ignoring them despite the money he had received from Peter Obi. They handed him over to the police, claiming he was involved in a street fight. His mother was told the same. She even confronted one of the area boys who admitted it was about the money. Shockingly, he was detained for a full week before being taken to court on January 27. The DPO, CSP Ismaila Olaniro, kept him in custody illegally during this period. On the issue of age falsification of Youngsa, the police falsely claimed he was 18 in court documents. Why? Because if they had said he was 17, the court would have treated the matter differently. Possibly not even remanding him in a regular prison. The magistrate noted this during the hearing, but said the only information provided showed him as 18, so she had no reason to question it. Alabi himself recounted the experience. I quote, "I was just at the entrance of my house when the police came and arrested me. The area boys pointed me out. At the station, I was the youngest there. I was locked up with older men. They asked me what I did, and I said nothing. Before the arrest, the area boys had already taken my phone and the money in my pocket. Regarding the donations," F. Young added, "I can confirm that we've raised over 10 million naira in just 4 days for Quadri. The goal is to relocate him from Amokoko and to secure a source of income for his mother, who is a petty trader." That shows the strength of the Nigerian spirit. What an ordeal. Okay, so according to the story now, it's like the area boys. You've collected from Peter Obi, right? You've gotten money. Share the money. Let the money go around. Give us our own. That's more like it. But then again, I saw that post when the lawyer made on X, where he said, well, they are, he wants to, raise money for the relocation because the area is no longer safe. Who knows? The next time, what would happen to the boy? It was imprisonment this time. Maybe next time he probably will not be lucky. That's lucky. And so there has to be that relocation to a more secure place. That's the reason for the donation. And he says in 4 days they've been able to raise over 10 million naira. All right. So those are the stories up for review this morning. So go on a break. When I come back, we'll get into the conversation segment. Stick around to the dial. Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People.
Unleash the power of the airwaves with the ultimate radio experience. Tune in to Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people. Don't just listen, immerse yourself.
That is 100% true.
Education never ends, and we believe it starts even way earlier than most of us think. On Andre Gorgie, every Tuesday, 1 to 2 p.m., we unravel these various building blocks and its challenges that make you and I better versions of ourselves. Andre Gorgie on Today 95.1 FM.
Every day on Today 95.1 FM, there's always an opportunity to comment and air your views on our various programs. It's not just about us, it's about you, your opinion, and your voice.
President, don't you think that it's time to step down, sir?
Be part of the story, the gist, reactions, intrigues, and the news.
President Neil Patrick Harris has called for greater regulation.
Give us a feedback or join the conversation on Twitter at TodayFM951. Our Facebook address is Today95.1 FM, or join us on the number 0701 933 9962. That's our WhatsApp application. Be informed, be educated, and have fun. We are Today 95.1 FM, voice of the people.
Today is business. Today is a new trend for your businesses. We give you all the information you need to grow your business, new ideas and innovations that keep you earning more and staying relevant.
Every day we engage in business, buying and selling, trading and exchanging of services as individuals or as a country. Money goes round, it goes up and down. But have you ever wondered what business is all about? And have you ever wondered how you can stand out in your business?
Today FM has got you covered every Wednesday between the hours of 1 p.m. to 2 p.m.
Learn all you need from professionals on how the country runs its business affairs and how you can be an outstanding entrepreneur and grow your business.
Business Today.
Hello, my people. Are you ready for an electrifying experience that would send shivers down your spine? Welcome to the thrill. Hold on tight as we dive into the hottest high life tracks that will make your pulse race and your feet move. It's not just a show. It's a musical and talk adventure that would leave you craving for more. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the thrill. Mondays to Thursdays, 9 p.m. only on Today 95.1 FM.
It all begins with breaking news.
Now make no mistake, this is a difficult mission, and it will remain difficult for some time.
Then it keeps trending. Events, issues, personalities, all struggling to gain attention. But in the race for deadlines, the intrigues, power play, undercurrents are often missed or underreported.
Insecurity here is basically a product of poverty.
But not anymore.
As the platform on radio steps in to fill the missing links on events, issues, and personalities in the news.
We are not afraid of anybody.
Yeah! The platform on radio serves only the hottest topics and trending issues. Only on Today 95.1 FM.
95.1 FM.
Port Harcourt.
Weekdays, 4 p.m.
Get on the platform on radio and be served. 95.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
right, welcome back to the newspaper review segment. Today's quest on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. Thank you so much for being on the other side and sticking to the dial. Appreciate you. It's 17 minutes past 8 a.m. and I have some of the panelists seated here, and it's time for us to begin the conversations. As I've gone through the papers, details of the papers, is really very important that we go beyond the headline, get into details of the paper, because sometimes the headlines can be misleading. Clickbait, sometimes, So it's very important that you get into details so you find out more, especially if the headline is one that gets you agitated and you just want to, why, just why? Calm down, drink water, get into details, and sometimes you find out that, now I'm calm. It happens like that sometimes. So very important. And that's the reason we have painstakingly, gotten the links to the stories, get them on social media. So all you do is click and read the details of the stories, before you react or respond. Okay, thank you very much. All right, so I have in the studio, let me begin with our in-house analyst, Mr. Emmanuel Ndukwe. He's right here and ready to do this. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Faustina. Good morning, Nigeria.
How are you doing today?
Well, I'm doing fine.
Okay.
I hope also you are joining me in doing well.
Yes, I'm doing well.
It's all right.
I am doing well. All right. I probably might not get the full details, but I have... okay. It's all right. I think I'm in for this one. I'm in for this one. Thank God I have water by my side to drink water, and you probably would have water by your side, so you drink.
Go ahead with what you know.
I should go ahead with what I know. Okay.
It's already spoken, so mine is out.
My resume is important.
I know. All right, so we have Pastor Jamala.
Thank you very much.
Living Gifting Jamala, Esquire.
Sorry, I didn't know I was there.
Living Gifting Jamala, Esquire, private legal practitioner. Good morning.
Good morning, and happy new week, and welcome back from Easter holidays.
Okay, welcome back from Easter holidays. I think I should be saying back to you because I've been here.
Oh,
yeah.
It's still holiday.
Yes, it is. Yeah, it's fine. All right, also in the studio. Oh, no wonder. No wonder. We have Dr. C.A.J. Chiwo.
Everything will come later.
Oh, everything will come later. Legal practitioner, author. Okay, so this is... living in River State or living in Nigeria?
No,
I think it's living in River
State. It's in Nigeria.
Living in Nigeria, okay. Who lives in River State? Can't remember now.
Chief Okere.
Chief Okere, yes. Okay. Good morning, Doc. Welcome.
Thank you, Faustina. Good morning.
All right.
I'm sure I'm happy you enjoyed your Easter.
I did, actually. I did. Really well. Okay, so like they said, the rest will come later. And this one is very important to you.
No, it's important when the resume is preparing, it's incubating.
Incubating.
So
all right, so I played a clip earlier. I think we'll just begin from there. The former president. So he was Goodluck Jonathan.
Introduce me. Yes, it's very important, please.
My lecturer is introducing is growing. Please. As you are introducing, it will be growing.
Call my name there.
Before
we now start writing the resume.
Okay, because
no,
the paper is almost full. You're not even done.
No,
you're right.
Only one page.
Call the one you know. I've not even written mine.
Okay. Welcome, Chimney Ward. When you're done, I will.
Good.
She said word.
Wallu.
Wardy.
Oh,
I've been here
Chimene
for over 10 years.
I'm so sorry. Apologies for that.
My name should be on memory
Chimene
verse.
Thank you.
Should be resonating.
So when you're done with the full, profile, I'll go through that. But in the meantime, I played a clip earlier, a clip from former President Goodluck Jonathan. He was hosted to a ceremony or reception in his honor by some of his friends for winning the Sunhak Global Peace Prize. And in that...
Which prize?
Sunhak. Yeah, Sunhak Global Peace Prize that he won. And he made certain statements talking about continuing with his commitment to peace. And he talked about the fact that if he had his way, he would have made lives for Nigerians better. Apparently regretting certain things that he didn't do well for Nigerians, and how this peace move is the move that he would serve humanity with as a way of serving God. And, well, I mean, a lot of people would just look at this and be like, okay, peace movement, peace commitment, it's very fine. But regretting certain things or wanting or wishing to do certain things better for Nigerians, to make lives of Nigerians better, well, you should really have done better while you were a president or when you were a president. Mr. Emmanuel Njukwe, what do you think? Because I know for some presidents or for some leaders, when they are out of office, at that moment they know better. They know what they should have done. Okay.
I don't even think it's some leaders. For Nigeria, I think all of them.
All the leaders?
Yes, once they are out of office, they see better, they understand better, and they talk better, give advice better. And I think former President Jonathan will not escape that group because he's part of them. But there's one thing I can never forget about him, that truly he makes what worldly people call peace. He does that a lot. There's no doubt about it. Because if it were somebody who was not a peaceful person, the way the world look at peace, he wouldn't have left office. He was the president. And then the election results, all of them were not complete. He now congratulated the person that was coming in. So there are certain people, of course, that had left office you can't try that with. They will say in that as a rock, if it was going to engender conflagration like people are saying, he would have stomached everything. It won't reach him. It won't. Nigerians will be dying, but it won't reach him. So, but he tried. So I think he deserves that particular peace award. I think so.
Okay. Pastor Jamala.
For the few moments or times I've come to study the person of Ebele Goodluck Jonathan, former president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, I see him as one of those few presidents who will speak a word and keep to it. Prior the announcement of prior his congratulatory message to Muhammadu Buhari in 2015, he has several fold said his ambition is not worth the blood of every Nigerian. And you remember what Buhari was looking for at that particular time when he talks about the bamboos and the monkeys, the baboons and the monkeys roasting. So it was in all international platforms rumor that Nigeria was going to a very deep, serious war, because the intentions of some certain groups in Nigeria were not favorable to the incumbent as at then. And so, but he's throwing in the towel at that material time. Some person sense him to be a weaker vessel, a weak man. But for the general good, that weakness has now given him an international recognition. For me, what I do not somehow agree with him is that he speaks mostly for himself. He has a reputation he has built for a while, and he wants to keep it. So for every action you see Jonathan takes at the moment, will it affect my peaceful disposition as globally acclaimed? That is where you see all his actions going. It doesn't take a back, but look back to say, will it affect my followers? So if you look at him critically, you will not say he's a typical politician, to the extent that everything goes. But is looking off first, my name too, will it affect my person as so far reckoned internationally? I agree, he has been taking actions that will bring peace. But that peace sometimes comes with struggle. So when it is time for you to fight for your people, you go ahead and fight.
Okay.
Peace will come. And when justice, equity is gotten by all, peace will naturally come. And so the peace that Jonathan seeks for now and agree and pursues is that more or less for himself, but not for generally those who are looking up to him. That is where I somehow look and said, yes, his thoughts of politics is good, but is it good in a state like Nigeria? Is it good in a state like Rivers State? Now, let's take Rivers State, for example. When we had, or we still have, the political disagreement, yes, the person of Goodluck Jonathan is a privileged son of the South. Rivers State is more or less like his home state. And if you cannot, with all sense of seriousness, bring peace, that political peace, you world acclaimed peace ambassador, if you cannot say you are wrong, you are right, no one is wrong, no one is right, what we should be looking for is peace. Then to me, he has failed to some extent. The responsibility, when Papa Clark died, and he, in one of the functions, someone said, you are now to fit into the shoes of Papa E.A. Clark. He said that the shoes are too big for him. How? How did Papa Clark rose to the extent of becoming what he's been acclaimed, or what he was acclaimed to be? He was never a vice president. He was never a president of the country. He was just, in those days, what they call it, a commissioner, but now a minister. So if you look at the whole life generally, I will agree he's a man of peace, but that peace is self-driven.
And that's not good enough for Nigeria.
Yes, it's not good enough for Nigeria. When it is time to bring war, the war will not consume everybody.
So peace has to be all-encompassing,
yes,
not just treading cautiously.
Yes.
And he just treading cautiously.
Yes.
So that part he's taking it just for himself, protecting his name.
He's protecting his image and person. And not for the general good.
Okay. Dr. Chinwo.
Yeah.
Jonathan. At the reception, he said he's committed to the peace that he's pursuing all over the place, and that if he knew better, if he could, he would have done better for Nigerians, making the lives of Nigerians better. And I'm asking, because some leaders, I said some leaders, but Mr. Ndukwe said all leaders, when they are out of office, that's the time they know better, they realize that they could have done better. But Pastor Jamala is saying Jonathan's peace move is just one-sided. He's treading cautiously. It's fine that he's a peaceful person, winning Peace Prize as well. But that peace that he's seeking and he's pursuing is not all-encompassing. It's not to the general good of Nigerians.
Well, this is a matters of opinions. And if there's anything that is guaranteed, is a right to opinion.
Absolutely.
So Jonathan is, I am, and my colleagues here are entitled to the opinions. But I think that, with all respect, it would be wrong to say that Jonathan was or has been selfish in his pursuit of peace. I'm not a pacifist as Jonathan is, but I don't think that Jonathan has been self-driven in his pursuit of peace. It has always been in the interest of stability. From the time he was deputy governor in Bayelsa State, till he became governor, till God thrust him to the ultimate height in Nigeria, I think he's always been thinking about the interests of the majority of the people. And that has defined him. Particularly in Nigeria, for a person to say any political office is not worth the blood of one Nigerian, I don't know what may be more altruistic than that. That is sacrifice in Nigeria. It's like sacrificing your life, sacrificing your family, your community, the Niger zone, all the people that have ambition on you. Because what we do is we tie our ambition to one man, our aspiration. So if that man gets there, we worship him. We say, even if he's fighting for his interest, we say he's fighting for us. So Jonathan sacrificed that. I don't know what can be more altruistic than that. The side I'm more concerned with is the side of the regret of leaders. You know why that happens?
Right.
Particularly in Nigeria. I may not agree with the man that is every leader. Particularly in Nigeria. It happens because people don't prepare for office. Even those who have ambition for it. If you sat them, put them aside and say, what do you want to do? They say, let me get there first. Other nations, leaders sit down and articulate. You know what Trump is doing now? You may like him or not, but you have seen the interview of Oprah Winfrey with him in 1988 rather, when Dukakis was contesting for Democratic this thing, and George Bush was aspiring, George Bush won. And the man articulated his very conservative, far-right views to Americans. And said, let me wait for the right time. He did. He came into 2016. Somehow, the Democrats, or those on the left, were still strong enough to resist him. So they took him out after first time. Now he has come back. He's doing what he articulated he would do. I have a book, The Conservative Agenda. If you bring out that book and read, you're seeing every bit of what Donald Trump is doing today. So if we have leaders who know what they're going in for, you won't regret. In my own little corner, I've had the opportunity of leading organizations. And because either before or immediately after I assume that, then I sit back, do a retreat and articulate what I should do. I have never finished serving in an organization. I've been my family chairman in my own family. I've been national president of Christian Lawyers Fellowship. And all that. I've been as a lecturer. As I started teaching, from the first day I was going to articulated what I want to do or represent as a lecturer. And that is why if I end my tenure, I served as chairman of a book club, Equality Lawyers Group to River State. That's why if I finish serving in any organization, I don't look back. What I look back at the things I articulated I would do, did I do them? And as much as possible, because I articulated within my understanding and the confines of my ability and maybe the organizational objectives, I have not had regrets. So after our leaders get into office, go and see Tinubu. Where have you seen a book or a pamphlet that Tinubu ever wrote on his vision for Nigeria? Where have you seen that Nyesom Wike or 8 years minister his articulation as vision for River State? He may have it in his mind, but so there's no proper articulation. So it's just wake up this morning, there is need for aeroplane, airport here, we'll create one. I think there's a need for a hospital here, we'll build one. Good ideas, good things, but proper articulation. So when you finish, you begin to realize, this should have also been done. Jonathan, of course, we know the circumstances, like God, or I would say God thrust leadership on him. He tried his best. His nature of peace, I think he tried to do it from an altruistic point of view, but he regrets because he was not prepared for the office. And most Nigerian leaders, people are not prepared. If I'm coming to this studio now to discuss, it's a part of leadership responsibility. Did I prepare for it? If I prepare for it, if I go, I won't tell him, why don't you call me again on Wednesday? I'm contented with what I've done that day, because I've done all that I have to do for that day.
Okay, so here's the full introduction. Wade Chibene Esquire, a legal advisor to the Federal Commissioner to Mr. President on Christian Pilgrimage, South Zone, a journalist and a voice for Apara people of Obiakbo. Good morning once again.
Thank you, Faustina, for reading it out with a good symphony. Thank you. This is the nightingale we expect from journalists. It's a very good voice. Well, paraphrase your question.
Thank you. All right, so it's the former president, Goodluck Jonathan.
Temple Chief is okay.
You didn't add
it's
Temple
okay.
Chief.
Maybe when next it will come in.
Okay.
Because I have my walking stick, so I don't deny.
You didn't come with it today, so maybe that's why you didn't.
Yes, maybe I just forgot.
You forgot it.
We have serenity.
How are you forgetting
house.
your?
There are people that will make me come with it. The spirit of this place, yes. There are people I see and I will come with it.
You see them?
In the spirit, when I see them from the home, then my spirit will say, come with your walking stick. So chase away, some anti-forces.
Okay.
Thank God I'm not
All right, so the former president was honored, his friends honored him for receiving the Sunak Global Peace Prize. And in that event, he was talking about his leadership style, how that's the person that who he is, and wishing that he had done better for Nigerians if he had the power. But it's not easy as a leader, to do everything for Nigerians, to make every Nigerian's life better. So that's like a regret that, well, I couldn't make your lives better. I didn't have all the powers, or maybe I didn't go about it the right way or not. But said he's committed to his peace agenda. He's a peaceful person, right? So that's what we're looking at, analyzing his commitment to peace. Is it the right way to go about it? Is he seeking that peace for himself or for the entirety of Nigerians? Is he making you proud as a peace ambassador of the world? Let me put it that way. And then wishing that he had done more. All of those.
Faustina, let me rely on history. The 39th president of America, Jimmy Carter, let me say something. In his epitaph, the epitaph of Jimmy Carter was actually written by a man who is a Republican, also an American, who is also a sophist, John Austin Ranney. He said two things. He said the most peaceful person in the world before and after his death was Jimmy Carter. And that what Jimmy Carter did will keep resonating to the world. And what he referred to in one of the paragraphs of what he wrote in his book was that for Jimmy Carter to return the Panama Canal, that it was the best thing that happened in the world. Because Americans took that Panama Canal, took it to themselves. They were so materialistic, and of course they were ready to eliminate and decimate the people of Panama. As a result of that, of course, it was a thoroughfare, business thoroughfare. Of course, it was the world business thoroughfare. That canal was a subject of dispute. And of course, the only president that could do that was Jimmy Carter. He returned it as a symbolism for peace. I don't know what Jonathan has done, because for me, if you look at the character of the wife, you will know that Jonathan is not even peaceful. Because you tell a man, you know a man through the wife. And of course, you will know a man through his character. This is a state where charity begins at home. River State used to be, Bayelsa used to be part of River State.
Yeah.
And of course, there is a hotel that is close to where we have Port Harcourt Hotel in those days. I don't know if you were born. For those of us who, were born early, were opportune to see Port Harcourt Hotel. And it used to be a partnership with Bayelsa. They bought the land together. And at a point, of course, being a partnership, that place needs to be refurbished. Money has to come from the both sides before they separated. Bayelsa went to each tent and created Bayelsa. Now, something happened where Jonathan was asked to ensure that Port Harcourt will bring their own, they will bring their own. As I speak to you, they didn't contribute. That place is moribund, courtesy of the president. In fact, when he became the president, he was even consulted to ensure that that place comes alive. Go to that place today. In fact, the worst of the president is that it's not his business. Remember, that place used to be a rallying point for both the poor and the rich. You just go there. It's a site. It's a sightseeing where people go. It's a full-fledged hotel. So as I speak to you, nobody's inside there. Courtesy of Jonathan and his administration. So many things. If you go to where he's from, of course, you will see the level of, malady in terms of poverty and all the rest. And people are suffering. Recently, some persons were arrested who are domestic worker of Mr. Former President on the accusation that they were working there as domestic staff, and they were accused of allegedly accused of stealing some millions of goods ranging into millions. Today, one of them happens to be a friend, my sister's friend, who is in the prison, all in the name of accusation that they stole from the wife. About 15 of them are there for over 2 years. I don't know if you're aware of that matter. Yes, the matter is on. As students with empathy and solidarity are contributing to see that those people are out, because upon investigation, even though the matter is still on, these are just sheer wickedness. Now you have a man they call peacemaker in the same family. Now these are people that were accused and they took them, families and all the rest. So many of them have lost their mother today. Parents have died as a result of that arrest. Now you still call the person peacemaker. I wonder what Jonathan, today we're in quagmire in the sense economically and otherwise, it's as a result of Jonathan's actions. If you look at under his administration, what happened, the quantum of loot, monies that were taken away from this country. You remember the man called Dasuki? I think it was under his, Dasuki's gate, courtesy of Jonathan. Today, we are hearing people are dying on a daily basis. Monies were looted. So when you akin a man and say he's so peaceful, you begin to look at the futures of that man and the surrounding circumstances and those that are his appendages. You judge a man through his futures and characteristics. So for me, I see nothing. These are somebody can. I have a peace award, but the question you should ask me: am I peaceful? So it's like giving your goat innocent, and the goat is not even innocent. He steals on daily basis. So for me, I think Jonathan is a symbolism for peace, but violent attached. So I can't see him for peace. Look at River State. He troops in here on daily basis. Comes in, meets the former suspended governor, and goes back again. Daily basis? Yes, they meet on daily basis. They meet, they interact both on phones and all the rest. So what I'm saying is that it would have been an epigam of peace for those of you who looks at him as an epigam of peace. Ordinarily, he would have called the two gladiators, Wika and Simila Efobara. What is going on? In fact, that would have been the pinnacle or the zenith of the symbolism of the man whom they call peace. To say, look, what is going on? This would have been reconciled. If you look at the Yeson Wike from media chat, he said, look, who are the elders? How many of them has approached him? Jonathan is an elder within the South hegemony. So ordinarily, he would have even taken that bold step. So it's not good for your name, people to be shouting, peace, oh, peace. Oh. I have a sister that bears peace. Will I say she's peaceful? Well, yes. But not in all facets. Not in all facets. Yes, but you say she's peaceful. Yeah, her name is Peace. She's peaceful. You can tell that she's peaceful. But not in all facets. That's what I'm saying. Okay. There are areas so one can be peaceful, but not in all facets. Yes, her face will just change like a lion, and sometimes we avoid her. So these are... So Jonathan could just be peaceful, but not in all facets. I said most of the problem today, the problem we have in Nigeria today, the main problem is from Jonathan. That Nigeria today, we are suffering. People are dying. I told you about the Dasuki gate. I told you that under his watch.
But those should just be some areas where
area. I said it, not in off. Look, when you see, each time I look at that man, you think he's peaceful. I've told you they so much areas, aggressive areas that Jonathan and his wife has championed. I think you've seen the wife. Of course, you know. Have you heard of Gandoki? Have you read that book? Anywhere there is Gandoki, there is war. So these are reflection of when each time people come and say the man is peaceful, the man is like this, the man is. Go and look at what is going on today in Bayelsa. Go and look at the administration today under his watch, where you have a man that is peaceful. Go and look at if there is a peaceful, interlace between the PDP and APC. There is a big crack. People are fighting. You have a man whom you can give a man laurel.
So you think those organizations that have been awarding him, giving him those peace prizes, they should have just looked beyond what is on the probably pages of newspapers and outside and look towards his family.
You remember during the days of Pronaco, when Wole Soyinka was about giving one of the MON and the MO, he said, "No, I don't want it." We have seen people, men of character, and of course, they can't compromise. So I don't want to talk about his political affiliation. There are those that are ready to say, "Look, we don't want to be part of this." Right. These are what are very easy. We have seen men of Beacon, men of this one. Beacon is guardian, the guardian of the best man of the year. Go to his community. Charity is a reflection of what you see, and it begins at home. So for me, these are pontification of, these are human encomiums that comes in. Somebody can just spread an accolade and say, this is the best chief in the world. And of course, when you look at it in reality, he's the worst chief. So for me, I don't look at Jonah. It's a reflection of violence for me. That's what Jonah. And I intend giving a child a name recently. Jay just came to me. I said, God forbid. I had to forbid that. I don't even, if I'm reading ABCD, if I get to J, I jump to another distant alphabet. It's not a good alphabet.
You also are a peace ambassador, right?
Is it?
You said you have a peace award.
Not on that area of
You said you have a peace award, right?
You said what?
You said you have a peace award too, right?
Yes, I'm a justice of peace, but not that kind of. Not Cameroon CP. That's not that justice of. This is a distinguished. In fact, anointed from so distinguished, not what you're seeing.
Okay.
Saintly.
That allows you to skip J because of one person.
Well, if one finger will lead you to hell, of course, you know what the Bible says, you cut it off. There are other alphabets, but I avoid J.
That's some justification there. All right, also joining us in the studio, we have Manke Tanen Adubabari Esquire, solicitor and advocate of the Supreme Court of Nigeria, social-political analyst, mental shift coach. Oh, wow, that's amazing. Good morning, sir.
Morning to you.
How are you doing today?
Great to be here. Even in the light of realities confronting us, we got to move on.
Absolutely. All right, so your take on Jonathan's speech or the honor that has been done him, the award that has been given, and generally his commitment towards peace?
Well, to me, the word peace, what brings about peace, by virtue of my training and exposure, the greatest thing that factor in peace is justice. As a lawyer, I can tell you for free, there's a marked distinction between mere judgment and judgment that carries justice. Now, when you talk about judgment, you can have a judgment that is encoded in justice, that has justice with it, right? Even though it's against you, you know that yes, this is the correct position. It brings about peace. But you can get mere judgment devoid of justice. It will lead to anarchy. Chimney just stepped out. With what I know, somebody like Nyesom Wike cannot open his mouth anywhere in a fair weather, under a fair weather.
We're talking Jonathan now.
Yes, I know, Jonathan. I'm talking about Nyesom Wike. Do you understand me?
Well, I'm just
talking about peace.
Oh,
peace. Do you understand? I think he brought him to this state to be a governor. the wife and him to take over from, what do you call it, Amechi. Everybody knows that. We know his position towards his family today. Even Odili, even this man from Obiako, what is his name? Talking about his tenor as from Enekana, that popular name, Mbata. Good. Okay. Now, one thing I can tell you is that talking about peace, I do not, and we do not need peace of the graveyard. We need peace that will bring about advancement. Do you understand? It will be well with everybody, with the society, when you have such. So to me, as a man of peace, I watched at him, even when he was the president. So many people criticize him that he should not have taken the step he was taking, because he did a lot of things that have been brought down today, like talking about education towards the north and the rest of them. All those things, those people have made it very clear that they don't need education. And most of those things have been brought down. If you check, do statistically, and you check the, the rate of poverty, you can also see it very visible. The second tenor, perhaps it would have looked this way. Some people, that's a pattern of or a method of leadership in some places. They first of all deal with you, make you comfortable, then they'll be able to look at home. But unfortunately, we saw all that happen. Even the issue of insecurity, which is now hitting us big time today. We heard of stories of what happened. People that were brought into this country who are not even Nigerians, to ensure. We saw, if you do comparative analysis, check Jonathan Teno and check what is happening now. You compare things. It's like people churning out cold economic statistics telling you that the economy is growing. We saw it under Abacha. Bureau of Statistics were churning out cold economic statistics reflecting that the economy was growing. Meanwhile, till today, nobody has come to terms with how much Abacha looted. It's still coming. People don't know where they are. We'll see here tomorrow that this is Abacha loot return. The one that I returned, though, it's just merely develop. You ask yourself, what was the purpose of this man? But we're seeing it today. We are seeing it today. We are seeing it from the ears, from the mouth of people like Bala Muhammad, who is a sitting governor. And what they did that is engulfing us today. Even here, in River State here, strangers, even against the judgment delivered by Odewale Thompson, as far back as 1967, against open grazing, which is leading to insecurity. Because when you talk about peace, I intend that Jonathan should be able to be bold enough. He should take a step further to be able to speak to authority. Do you understand it? You should be able. I was on the program yesterday, and for fear of the unknown, the program was shut down. And I told them, the day you don't want to hear the truth from me, just let me be. I will never come back here. And that is it. He should be able to speak to authority.
So for now, he's not doing enough in terms of the pursuit for peace.
That's his style. Do you understand? But I think he needs to step up. It's like seeing somebody who has, there are people who are into the auto industry. They can tell you the moment they see a particular brand, they will say, that one, I race out. That is, it's like having a Benz and you are battling with it. You hear some person passing by and say, "Na trailer," because they know that you could just turn the steering and it has an advantage over in terms of turning and then wheeling and going. So people can raise that question. There are people who have had it very bad that cannot take certain speed. They will run at certain speed. They can't cross 60. They can't cross 80. You don't blame them. When you get close to them, you may be able to know the reason why. But in my own thinking, by virtue of his position, because there are realities confronting us in Nigeria today, I'm telling you, I read, I follow up issues, and I can tell anybody who care to listen that we are heading for a very messy situation. And it's time that we are able to speak to authority. Do you understand me? Speak to authority. Because that's what will be remembered. Right? Tell them, this is what, this thing you are doing, this is where it will lead us to. You can see, based on hindsight, you can tell your children that, look, that thing you people are doing there, is not very safe. It's like talking to somebody who is playing with electricity. In his mind, because he has not been a victim, we will ask you, how can cable take blood? Where will the blood pass? But for somebody who has been a victim before, when he hears spark, you see the person racing. So I think my own conclusion is that Jonathan, in as much as they give him all that, yes, he may not be like Edwin Clark, he may not be able to occupy such a big shoe, but he should be able to have his own style. But I think in the light of realities on the ground, he needs to step up in terms of speaking to authority. We need that courage. If you listen to Tunde Bakari, you heard his listening, take out time to listen to that man, his recent broadcast. It tells you, look, that's a watershed. Yes, that hit across the bar from River State, everywhere.
So that's a stance that, or that's the approach that you think that the former president should adopt?
He should, because in the light of realities on the ground, which is what will dictate what will happen. If we are joking, I can tell you that. If we are joking, we are in a very terrible situation. I was telling somebody some time ago, a man in Eleme here, Eleme is not far away from here. Eleme here, returning from farm, he was caught by herdsmen. They butchered the man, kidnapped the wife. I'm not telling you stories. The security agents are helpless. They tell you that there's something they can do because they operate on this perpendicular structure, and they were using foam. When I emphasize that, I'm making reference to somebody like Pantami. They were using phone. You know how phone is connected when you talk about security and tracking. Using phone to negotiate for the ransom. You have recently people defending hunters. We now have hunters. These are kidnappers. River State now, under the talent of military administrator, has become a hunting field. Those, what's the name in that Edo State? Irome 16. They said those 16 persons were returning from the hunting field, which is River State.
All right.
We are in a very bad situation, and people need to speak up.
Okay, so Jonathan has to change it up.
He should step up.
For in pursuit of that peace.
That is it.
All right, we'll go on a break. When we come back, more stories up for discussion, and of course, ultimately open up the conversation to you so you can be a part of it. News update comes up next. Do stick around.
This good. Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today 95.1 FM.
Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News update.
A very good morning to you. Here's a news update on Today 95.1 FM. I'm Brona Agbara. The All Progressives Congress APC National Chairman Abdullahi Ganduje has described the chieftain of the new Nigerian People's Party, Buba Galadima, as a failed politician with no base. Ganduje was reacting to Galadima's remark that he has no political values and that he is the APC National Chairman due to President Bola Tinubu's influence. In a statement signed by his media aide, Oliver Okwara, Ganduje said Galadima had no moral standing to question his political relevance. The APC national chairman reminded Galadima that he successfully governed Kano State for 8 years without interruption. He describes Galadima as a failed politician with no political base. Report says bandits operating in the northern eastern part of the country have imposed a 60 million naira levy on 12 communities in Zamfara State. According to the report, the affected communities in Zamfara include Koloma, Danhayi, Zangado, Zagado Dan, Godabe, Sabuwa Tonga, Makini Bubaka, Yelwa Bahawada, Koda, Maya, and Kabusu. It's alleged that the affected communities were aiding military raids. The Civil Society Legislative Advocacy Center, CISLAC, has called for collective action to end the senseless killings of innocent citizens across the country. In a statement by its executive director, Awal Musa, the group described the killings as traumatic. It also described as troubling the worsening insecurity despite considerable resources allocated to security. CISLAC, while confirming the politicization of killings, described the situation as unacceptable. And on the foreign scene, Iran says it will brief China this week in advance for a third round of talks with the United States on its nuclear program. This is an Iranian official separately accused Israel of seeking to undermine, disrupt, and the diplomatic process. The country's spokesman Ismail Baki said its foreign minister Abbas Araghchi will visit Beijing today to discuss the latest talks with the administration of the U.S. President Donald Trump on the country's nuclear program. The trip echoes consultations Iran held with Russia last week before the second round of direct U.S.-Iran talks was held over the weekend. Russia and China, both nuclear-armed powers, were signatories to a new defunct 2015 deal between Iran, the U.S., and several Western countries, intended to defuse tensions around Tehran's nuclear program. The 2015 deal, known as the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, JCPOA, from which Trump withdrew in 2018, saw Tehran curtail its nuclear program in exchange for sanctions relief. The U.S. and Israel have accused Iran of seeking to use the program to develop nuclear weapons. And that's news update on Today 95.1 FM. I'm Rona Agbara. Many thanks for listening. Good morning.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Don't get it mixed up. You are listening to Today 95.1 FM, your premium talk, news, and sports station in Port Harcourt. We are the voice of the people.
What's a successful business without sales? And what is sales without an audience? Well, do you know that you can reach 8 million listeners across 6 states in 2 geopolitical zones all at once? How? With Today 95.1 FM, you can get millions of people to know about your business. And what does that mean to you? More sales. Call 081 389 2850 now for more information.
The Hand of God Ministries, aka Prayer Zone, invites you to a Holy Ghost services every Sunday from 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. and every last Friday of the month by 5 p.m. for End of My Problem service, ministering under the unction of the Holy Ghost, Prophet Fred Ekwe. Every impossibility is possible in the Hand of God Ministries through the name of Jesus Christ. Come and you will be highly blessed. For more information on our programs and counseling, call on 0813-717-3129, 0703-012-4018.
Behind Choba Police Station by the Perkins Hotel, River State.
Jesus is Lord.
Vandalism, crude oil theft, and illegal oil bunkering are devastating crimes that threaten our economy, ravage our environment, and undermine our very way of life. These destructive acts pose a direct threat to our nation's prosperity, stability, and future. But together we can combat these crimes, safeguard our oil and gas resources, and ensure a brighter future for all Nigerians. Please report suspicious activities to the authorities. Call 0707-645-8423 or 0707-645-6575. You can send an email to info@tantita.com. Visit our office at number 1 Refivia Close off Agbamu Road, DDPA, Oborikoko, Uvia Local Government Area, Delta State. Let's work together to protect our oil and gas assets and build a brighter future. This message is from Tantita Security Services Nigeria Limited.
All right, all you need to know about this one is that
95.1 FM. Search for your next dial.
Please listen to this paid infomercial. Easterland promo. Are you searching for a perfect investment opportunity in today's unpredictable market? Then look no further, because real estate is the smartest move, and Jico Multilinks Nigeria Limited is rolling out the Easterland promo from 10th of April to 10th of May. Enjoy up to 30% off all our estate properties and unlock amazing bonuses that makes this deal too sweet to miss. Let's break it down for you. Crystal View Gardens, Omademe, now just 900,000 instead of 1.2 million naira. Jico Luxury City Estate, Ipo, just 5 minutes from the international airport, now 1.5 million, slashed from 2 million. Luxury City Phase 2, now 1.2 million naira instead of 1.5 million naira. Novel City Estate Eneka, own a plot at 6.5 million naira instead of 7.5 million naira. Peggy Garden Layout, Umuechem by the University for 1.2 million naira instead of 2 million naira. And Spring Estate Ipo for 2.5 million naira instead of 3.5 million naira. For information and inquiries, call us on 0818 183 7771. That is 0818 183 7771 or 0701 961 1881. Again, 0701 961 1881. Every Jico estate is buy, build, and move in with zero bush entry and no agency fees. Your plot comes with a free deed of conveyance and a survey plan, plus premium estate features like great road network, well-planned layout, peaceful and secured environment, with an initial deposit of just 250,000 naira, and that makes you eligible for awesome Easter gift, including 1 month supply of egg, power banks, 100 concrete blocks, free ticket to Comically Speaking comedy show by Nat Oliver, generators, and the big one: buy 7 plots, get 1 plot free. Buy 25 plots in GLC Phase 1 and win a car. Win a car when you buy 25 plots. Again, call us on 0818 183 7771. That is 0818 183 7771 or 0701 961 1881. Again, 0701 961 1881. And here is something even more exciting. Save daily for 12 to 30 months and own your own land. No pressure, no delay. This is a proven scheme that has made so many landowners without stress. You too can become a landlord with just 1,500 naira. Send an SMS Easy Landlord to 0701 961 1881. SMS Easy Landlord to 0701 961 1881. You want to make money while you sleep? Join the Jico Land Banking Scheme and earn 35% ROI on your investment. Your investment is protected by a signed MOU, a post-dated check, and a land allocation agreement. Secure your future now. Call 0701 961 1881. Are you a student, marketer, or just someone with a network? Refer buyers to Jico and win amazing gifts and earn 10% commission through our referral win and earn program. The more you refer, the more you win and earn, and anyone can join. Do you have a property you want to sell fast? Need professional 3D architectural building designs for construction at affordable rates? Are you a landlord looking for expert property managers? Jico has got you covered on all fronts. Remember, Jico Easterland promo offers up to 30% off on estate lands, free gifts and promo offers, flexible payment structure, free documentation, and a chance to win a car. Promo ends on the 10th of May. Call now on 0818 183 7771. One more time, 0818 183 7771. 71 or 0701 961 1881, or visit our office at 70 Ada George Road, Port Harcourt. Chico Multi-Links, Baba for real estate and construction matters.
And that was a paid infomercial.
95.1 FM, Voice of the People.
And we're back.
Welcome back to the newspaper review segment. Today's quest on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. 13 minutes past 9 a.m. Okay, so let's continue with the papers. Panelists are still seated here, so we'll get into more conversations. Let's come back home, River State, with this one here. Wike is APC's mole, not one of us, says Rivers PDP factional chair. Robinson Ewo, factional chairman of the People's Democratic Party PDP in Rivers State, says Nyesom Wike, Minister of the Federal Capital Territory FCT, is working to destroy the opposition from within. Ewo said Wike should no longer be considered a member of the PDP, having openly pledged loyalty to the All Progressives Congress APC. He spoke on Monday during an interview on the Morning Show, a program aired by Arise Television. I have said it in different fora and I will repeat it here. Nyesom Wike, FCT Minister, is no longer a member of the PDP. He said Nyesom Wike today exists in PDP because he's on a mission to destroy the PDP, to destroy the opposition in the country, not just River State. Ewo accused Wike of interfering in PDP leadership decisions while serving in an APC-led federal government. Well, I saw this story and my mind also went to Akwa Ibom State, where recently the governor... And of course, I thought about the entire party loyalty or party supremacy, loyalty when it comes to politics, anti-party activities, and I was wondering to myself, in the context of Nigerian politics now, what serves as anti-party activity? Could this be that I'm in a party A, and I'm saying, the president who is in party B, I'm going to support you come the next election. Does that amount to anti-party activity right now in Nigeria? Or, maybe we're looking at competence now. Maybe, you've seen that the person who is at the helm of affairs in the at the federal level, which is the president, you've seen that maybe he's capable, and so you're just jettisoning party loyalty and pledge allegiance to the president at the center. But Ewa is saying PDP, Wike is no longer a member of the PDP, is in the PDP just to destroy the party. His probably heart and mind is in the APC. He's just a mole. Jamala, what do you think? Do you think this is what is playing out? And then this being in a party and pledging allegiance to the president, does that serve as, does that fall within the jurisdiction of anti-party activity?
Nothing can be far from the truth that actions of political, those who participate in political activities, especially those at the high level of it, do so to survive. The days where we have party discipline, party supremacy over activities and actions of members, they are far gone. It only existed during the time of Obasanjo. Now, we do not have an independent candidate in Nigeria. The only platform available for a politician to achieve his or her aim is via a political party. And for the creation of a political party, the sole intention is to win power, be it at the central or at the subnationals. So that is their ultimate aim. But where you see political actors coming to say, we are no longer interested in whether we are to take power from the center. All I want is they are more interested in their personal position. Then the political ideology is lost. First, do we even have political parties formation in Nigeria based on ideology? That answer is in the negative. So if you look at the actions of our political actors, started sometime in 2015 to 2019, then it became so obvious in 2023 that a political high-ranking member would be in a political party and work against the interests of that political party. Yet that party has not summoned up the muscle to discipline that erring member of the political party. Yes, everyone may have had his time to air what he has said during that interview, but the reality is Nyesom Wike still not a registered member in his own ward in Rumeprekom, in Obiakpo, in Rivers State, and then in Nigeria. If a NEC is called now, can Ewo prevent Nyesom Wike from attending, being a member of NEC? The answer is not far from what you and I have in mind. He cannot do so. So it is. We should stop these rhetorics. We Nigerians are more exposed to. Yes, his actions may be or can be seen to be anti-political, but as a party taking the horn by the bull, or the bull by the horn, to say that yes, your actions are anti-political and you are hereby suspended from the ward, the local government, the state, then national. Is there any information to that? You, as a journalist, do you have that information? So it doesn't lie in the mouth of Ewo to say he's no longer a member of the PDP. Now, there is a statement someone talked about the division in the PDP. So which of the PDPs is Ewo talking about? Is it the PDP that is leading, or the PDP that the other one, what is his name, Aaron, is leading? So until we get this right, we cannot even. Some persons, Aaron will come tomorrow to say, Ewo is not a member of the PDP. So you see them playing, using our intelligence as though we are pawn on the table of chess. So it is not good for the kind of democracy, the kind of politics that will now play now in Nigeria, especially Rivers State. We somehow moving to the south to see a sitting governor elected on the platform of a political party will come so boldly to say my political party I will not support in 2027. Is enough evidence that is against the political ideology. You're not even sure whether you are coming back for a second term. You are preaching in favor of the central that your political party is supposedly looking to capture. But where is the party's supremacy? Who can stand to discipline one another? That power is lost. Today we have the PDP. Who is the PDP secretary? We do not know. Who can sign valid documents, legal documents in the name of PDP. Aside the acting chairman? Who is the next person authorized to sign? Is the secretary. Who is the secretary of PDP? How are decisions taken in the PDP? What will give the legal effect? Supreme Court has so far given decisions that political parties' activities, the court lacks the powers. Though I seriously disagree, with all due respect to my Lord Justice of the Supreme Court. Yes, they have heard in several authorities that issues that have to do with internal leadership of the political party is non-justiciable. The court lacks jurisdiction to interfere. But what the court has powers to do is to look into the provisions of the constitution of the party, whether the party have deviated from the rules they brought to guide themselves. And that was exactly what these two political parties did. Now, if you look at the case of the PDP, where they said, is it Ude and Ayawo?
Yeah.
None for now.
Ayawo.
None for now. With the decision of the Supreme Court, there is more confused. Everybody is now confused. What happened? The premises of that case was very simple. Ayawo sometimes, during the elections in Imo State, he was duly elected at convention as the secretary of the PDP. Now, for his political ambition, he left the secretary to contest for the governorship candidate, not primaries. He won the primaries and became the flag bearer of the political party. In this circumstance, can you be the flag bearer of a political party and hold sway to the secretary of the political party? Why the rules have provided for a window on how that should be. Now you lost the you lost the general election. You are coming back to say, I went on sabbatical. I am now back to take my rightful position. Is that the provision of the constitution of the party? If it is yes, then you are right. If it is no, then you are not right. Now, when the persons who are the zone of that secretary is zone 2 brought a different person following their rules, they have gone to court, interpret. Court has said we do not have powers to look into it, that it is an internal political matter. Adherence to the dictates of our constitution, how do we then enforce our constitution if the courts lack the authority to discipline those who are going against our constitution? Now, are there internal mechanisms for a political party to adhere to those provisions of the constitution? Yes. But as it stands now, there is no political party called PDP, right from the national to the list, that is the unit, that can convincingly dismiss any of its members, except those that cause the shots.
All right. Chimene Ewo saying that Wike is not a member of the PDP. He's saying he's a mole that is in the PDP to destroy the PDP because he's working with an APC-led government and he's just a mole in the PDP to destroy the PDP. What's your take?
Thank you very much. Ordinarily, I would have loved to play a very vital role of silence, but I think it's important that I make my position very clear. The reason is that Ewo, by virtue of the rule of standard of decency, party decency, Ewo is not even a member of I don't see him as a member of PDP.
Oh, you don't see him as a member of the PDP? He doesn't see Wike as a member of the PDP. We have actually
distinguished ourselves. We are no more in the past. I told you we have a reformed PDP and refined. We are no more in the sinking ship that was led by Uche Secondus. We are now, of course, we are refined and in all strata of political decency. You know, the Bible said that we should not, we are the salt of the earth. And we must be very careful not to yoke. We have to unyoke ourselves. There are people that ordinarily you look at them as, social lepers in the party. So for us, I have seen Ewo in different political platforms. What happened in 1944 is what I would liken to Ewo's character. When the secession clause was inserted by some great leaders of the West, particularly the likes of Inahuru, who moved the motion for independence. Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe was the first person to thunder that particular secession clause, and all that people who felt that. But today we are suffering it. You see, when Herbert Macaulay was leading NCNC, died, Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe took over. He said, for you to be a member of a political party, of course, there must be discipline, party discipline, and self-determination to lead. And of course, apart from being acclaimed to be one of the best journalists in those days, there were other shortfalls. You see, when a man assumed to be so perfect, I have seen Ewo in several forums. All his hatchet work is to ensure that, I don't know who made him a party chairman, but I think, people want to be relevant by all means. But in being relevant, we must be very careful. We must be constructive and tell the world what these things are. If we are to follow party manifestos and what is written, in the party constitution, Ewo is not supposed to say anything. The party chairman in Rivers State is Aaron. And I think, far from what he's doing, of course, the propaganda is what Ewo is doing. He's welcome. Within his party, he's doing very well. When you carry propaganda, they pay you very well. So he's doing his job. And of course, you know where he's coming from. So for me, I think, like you said, Wike has not been suspended. Wike is a life member of the party. When you talk about the oxygen of PDP, Wike is the oxygen. And of course, you can't compare Wike when it comes to capacity and compellability in terms of delivery, directive, policy direction. Wike is the epigamic tree today that we are rallying around. And when you talk about the success of the party, it lies on Wike. And that was why Ayo Fayose will continue to say, the prophet Ayo Fayose will say, look, be very careful. Because, yes, he's a prophet. He told the suspended governor that, please, the ark is being built. People are going in. Follow. I even said about that ark. And there was a premonition when he came to Rivers State. And all of those things are happening now. Where is the suspended governor? So, for me, I don't want to dabble into that. Because our prayer is for our enemies for them to fail.
Yeah, but how do you describe the action of being in a party and pledging allegiance to another party at the top?
There is what is called solidarity. Solidarity is not anti-party. It has to do with conscience, what you feel that is right. If a man is doing well, the Bible says we should rejoice with those that are rejoicing. And we should equally mourn with those that are mourning. If you look at the administration of Asiwaju Bola Ahmed, of course, looking at the damage work done by the past government, Buhari himself, of course, you will know that we were in the Sapuka. We were already in Sapuka. Nigeria has gotten to a verge of extinction. So I don't know, but God just brought this man for us. I don't know. So many of us may not even see the significance of Tinubu. And for those of us who will continue to pray that God should keep him alive. Recently, he went to France where some persons are saying that he's already dead. In fact, he has been arrested. He said that is the prayer of the evil people. But some of us are making interventions. If you ask whether the question you just paraphrased now.
Yeah, I just asked you the actions of a man being in the party.
If somebody if a man is fit and proper, you remember the last election, we saw Atiku in several places. Atiku has defected in more than 20 political parties, even within a month. He is very good. When he fails election, he goes to Saudi Arabia, where he goes for his Hajj, with due respect. Now, this is a man that we were already in a life support. Wike brought us out, like I said. Now, far from that, he said anti-party. That the man said, look, this is the man I want to vote for. And the party there was no headway. There was no headway. They had a primaries where one of the former governors betrayed him. And that primaries, if that primaries was to go as per what the party rules and party constitution was to, we saw what happened. There was a conspiracy there in the north. Some persons, in fact, one of his close allies, even the chairman of the party, Ayu, we saw his role. And you want the same person to stay like this and they will press him and kill him. He said, no,
how about you move away from where they are pressing you?
When you say move away, you see, politics...
because you've talked about the fact that there is someone who is capable at the top. So why not join the person entirely?
Thank you very much. You must not see. You can see somebody and love the person and say, look, I love your policy. I love your ideology, but I want to remain here. And if the person sought for your services, it's not an apostasy. Wike said, look, I will vote what we want is a government that will come to the South. And that was the agreement from the onset. And that we don't need this kind of ticket, Muslim. We don't want anything that will cause trouble. We don't want it to go to the north. We want it to come to the south. That was the agreement. And I'm a stakeholder in the party. I'm not a party member that will want to play to the ostrich. And for those of us who were at the unit level, information was given to us. He has a lot of allies. Wike doesn't move alone. Wike is a strong party chief. When you talk about national politics, you can't take him away. Within the nine out of the 9 disciples, when you talk about the 9 disciples of both APC and Wike is among the 9 disciples in terms of party national politics. You can't. There are figureheads in the community. Those you can't say, look, if there is war, you can't take them away from those war. Of course, you need their knowledge, the wealth of knowledge. Okay. That is what Wike is. He's an embodiment of leadership. He understands how to win election. So the president he said, look, I'm going to vote for a South-South leader. And if it's an anti-party, of course, Wasina, you won't cry more than they believe. They have a lawyer in the party. They have sociologists in the party. They have psychologists. They have philosophers. And they have different units. They have the NEC, who ought to have sat down and said, look, Wike is suspended. What is causing the passivity? If a man's ways is clear, of course, he that must come to equity must come with clean hands. The FCT minister's hand is as clean as snow. Very clean, saintly.
So he's doing the right thing.
Not even when you say right
being
thing.
Being in PDP and then supporting the APC.
His character, everything is right. Perfect.
Perfect.
So the party is jaundiced by the fact that they can't do anything rather than, and those that are shouting, look at those people that are shouting here in the state and outside the state. He keep excelling. And you know, when God said, when you curse, if anybody curse you, I will curse the person. If you curse Wike, you already cursed.
Okay.
And so the man is exempted. He's exempted from, you can't fault him in any way. What we are seeing is sheer wickedness. What we are seeing, those that are maliciously, I saw a man who is even a leper in my place insulting. I said, look, go and look at your name. Why not treat yourself before you start insulting a man that is bigger than? You know, I'm careful. There are those I don't compare myself. Wike is a success. So, what have you asked yourself? What stops the party from suspending him? I think they've been suspending other people. What stops them from suspending him? Okay. So, he's an albatross.
All right.
If you like, tell him, call him fool, say anything, do like this. If you chase him from the party, of course the party is dying. Their own faction is dying. For those of us who are in the refined, distinguished parties line, of course we are succeeding on a daily basis.
Okay, so these are actions of people in the refined,
malicious, dead, those that are even extinct. So we are soaring. Wike is excelling on daily basis.
All right,
you know, when the righteous rule, the people rejoice. Look at Abuja.
All right.
The whole place is an insignia to the fact that Wike is a light.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I don't understand what that means.
Sorry, sir.
Okay. What does it mean? Latin. Okay, I'll find out the meaning later. Dr. Chiwo, Wike is APC's mole, not one of us, says Ewo.
Ewo knows enough of the PDP that his opinion will be taken seriously. I am not a member of the PDP. I have never been a member of the PDP. I'm not sure I want to be a member of the PDP. So if he says so, I think he knows enough. Even before the Bruhai River State PDP, he was a chairman in my family. I have forgotten that. I didn't know. He was a duly elected vice chairman of the party. When the court now said that the Aaron was not the rightful person, normally the vice chairman who was available takes over. So I don't think it's if I'm talking about PDP now, I'm a stranger. And whatever, I think my view will fall with what Chairman has just said. But where I occupy that kind of position, not just a ward leader, not just a local government chairman of a party, but the state vice chairman, now the party chairman. So he knows who is his member and who is not. For Wike, he hasn't. Wike has been playing enough. To call him mole is trying to hide it. Wike is unapologetic about his commitment to APC. If I was a member of PDP, maybe I would say like Ewo has said, because Wike is unapologetic. He's not pretentious about his commitment to APC and his determination to see that PDP dies. The only thing is that he has not coined names for PDP as he coined for APC. But though he called PDP malaria, but when he compared it to APC as cancer. So that's the only thing. Now, maybe, I'm sure now, he may be devising another name. Now there's a reversal of role. So it's not apologetic. He's determined to destroy PDP. And let me say it, I've said it here, there's what we call psychology, political psychology of politicians. If we understand, we won't be surprised. Wike is a narcissist. A narcissist is, look, I don't know, there's one song one Nigerian young musician used to sing. And anything I want, I go get. If I don't give it to me, I go vex. I go vex. And if I vex, all of I no go regret. That is the reflection of who Wike is. It didn't start now. It won't end now. If Tinubu refuses to give Wike everything he wants, he go vex. And if he vex, Tinubu may regret. Do you understand? If Wike returns back to the community where he is born, whatever if he has not gotten all already in the room of Prigo, it is still the same principle. In his own personal home, where of course is the boss, as it were, I'm sure that his wife and his children will learn to do that. That anything he wants, you give it to him. If you don't give to him, he go vex. If he vex, all of us will regret. Chimene has experienced it. I have experienced it. But because in experiencing it, I like to give people their square. I know who he is, so it doesn't bother me. It makes me laugh that this is who he is. If Wike wants, he will get. If he doesn't want, he will vex. And he will show you that he is angry with you. He will do whatever he can. Maybe short of killing you, because he hasn't killed me, he hasn't attempted to kill me, so I won't accuse him of that. But otherwise, anything he will do to you, if you are sitting on this chair and Wike wants this chair, don't bring it, he can set fire in this place so this chair will burn. So PDP is suffering that. The only thing PDP will regret is, how did this man enter this party? How did we make the mistake? But the PDP is as unprincipled as can be. So they will receive everybody. They're still saying that everybody is welcome. Tomorrow now, people like Rufai, next thing is to say he has returned to PDP. And PDP will clap for him. Clap that if not Rufai is a saint. So when you have such an unprincipled group, and they are facing a narcissist, extreme narcissist for that matter, there's nothing that Wike is doing. So Ewa is being euphemistic in using mole. Wike has no apology. Wike is APC. In short, it was him, or it was one of the people who made, whether by prophecy, children will normally talk about prophecy, or by whatever influence, that made Tinubu to pronounce in Kano, PDAPC. And it has become the national thing because he had him in mind. Himself and people like Akpabio who came all from PDP. So that is it. So I don't think Ewa is right, but I'm even saying that it's not right enough. Because Wike has no apology. Emol is somebody who is pretentious. Yeah. As I'm here now, I am against Today FM. And I come here and be speaking, Today FM is good, and all that. But maybe as I'm doing that, I'm sending messages outside. Today FM is about today. Forsina is frowning. Forsina is smiling. This is how you get against her and kill the Today FM. Then I'm a mole. But you are seeing me as a regular, friendly guest. But if I told you from the beginning that the day I enter Today FM, I will bomb the place. And I enter and I bomb it. Am I a mole? No, you're not. I'm not a mole. So I only did what I said I would do. So what he's doing to PDP is what he told PDP will do. And what is consistent with his nature. So if you don't want to give him what he wants, he go best. PDP is already regretting. And the only people I pity now is APC. When he tells APC, this is what I want, he will tell them, Of course, he told Tinubu, give me TSA. Tinubu gave him TSA. Like John is talking about the beauty of Abuja now. No other minister has got it. No person in Nigeria. So Tinubu is wise enough. Whether I think he's wise, so to avoid trouble. What do you want? TSA. Take TSA. Anything you want to do with Abuja money, do. If you want to do good, do. You want to do evil, do. He's doing good, and I'm proud of that. I'm happy for that because I'm happy that Rivers man is there in Abuja, and everybody's saying he's doing good. My only problem is that why don't you live here? Let Rivers State, let somebody else try something his own ability, and let Rivers State be. He can't be there doing good and you're here doing bad. Be here because again the principle of anything I want I go get. He want to get everything in River State, get in Abuja, but it's consistent with his life. So Ewo has tried, but it didn't go as far as I know.
Okay, Sadu Babai.
Yeah, you are the speaker today, so I will apply for I'll make a special application for a sharp departure. You know,
I hope we don't go very far.
No. You see, let me
just start coming from the west to say
you know.
You can depart for 1 minute and then come back.
You know, I feel like crying. If you look at my eyes very well, you can see that I'm literally shedding tears. I can tell you that because my senior used to capture it about what the Ghana Bar Association president said early 2000, in the 2000, I think 2004 or thereabout, that the problem of Nigeria is Nigerian lawyers. That the day Nigerian lawyers change, Nigeria will change. He drew home his point by asking us to look at Ghana then, that the visible changes that were on ground in Ghana then was as a result of the determination of members of the bar in Ghana, saying enough is enough, that they had to change the trajectory. And they came together and took a decision. And they voted in a bar member. And that was why Ghana has taken a progressive direction, even till now.
Okay.
You see my worry about this whole thing. You see Akpabio is a lawyer. You see Wike is a lawyer. I did an article some time ago and the woman saw me in the court premises and you know what she asked me? Saying, young man, have you kept enough money for your children and your wife when you die? I told her one thing. I said, to no man is like giving in free hold. We are all tenants. Lawyers will understand that one properly. As we are seated here, we will wake up tomorrow at the audacious discretion of God and no other. And when I look at what these lawyers are doing to our collective future, see, let me tell you, to be a bencher, you know, the legal profession is at the hand of the body of benchers. They determine the trajectory and the direction, and they determine the future. They control the future of the legal profession in this country. Wike is not only a bencher, he's a life bencher. To be a bencher, I was forced to do a research. I did a publication on that. And I was questioning, how did Wike become a bencher? You must be a person of the highest legal distinction. That's the qualification. There are people like Professor Sibanjo being there, the former vice president. You check his trajectory and the rest of them. And I asked myself, how did we get here? Like my senior said, he's unapologetic. You listen to Tunde Bakari. Tunde Bakari said it all. That is what he is doing here. But my question is, why can't people? And that's it. So I asked myself some question. Like he said, he's not apologetic. Now, what drives us in law? We say character and in learning. What character is this fellow? Where are these people driving us to? That's my worry. I've said this. You see, the capture of the judiciary the visible destruction of the judiciary that we were trying to analyze about the position of the law. The judiciary have been destroyed. In fact, don't be surprised that this very incident that happened in Rivers State, Supreme Court will come up to tell us that voice vote, do you understand, will replace with top majority. Don't be surprised. I won't be surprised.
Okay.
And when you see things going in this direction, some time ago I was here and I was shut down because somebody said, when I said we are where we are in this country today, for those who know, lawyers who are here, we tell you clearly that we are where we are today because of the judiciary.
So in essence,
do you understand
you agree with Ewo that Wike is within the PDP and destroying the party?
Do you understand? They need to demonstrate to us who are onlookers that yes, we mean what we are saying. My family should be able to come out and say that, Monkey, the way you are behaving, you are not representing us well. You are going offline. And they can tell me you are out of here. Until you do that, that will amount to just playing to the gallery. Okay. But beyond this, I'm saying this to us. I've asked the question. When I was telling Kelly last time. And he's not saying, oh, is that where you're going? Because I was watching the interplay, what was happening here. Even when you heard he exposed himself, Dele Momodu said, give him the microphone. By the time he's activated by the 40-years-old stuff, he will blow the cap out of this. And we saw it over the weekend. Right? All happened. That, in fact, it is the president that saved the governor. This thing cannot happen. That's why when people say about politics, I ask myself, this is pure criminality. What is politics? People are playing politics out of this environment in the center part of the world. Why would you, if you have a ticket now, you want to travel? Because the law is working. See, let me tell you. The moment law is destroyed, nobody will be spared. Okay. Nobody. All and that is exactly where we are going. I've asked myself, if you check somewhere, online doctorate degree, if you go Google it and get the meaning, those who merit it, and I asked myself some questions. I now realize that I was thinking that Abbas is from Akwa Ibom. I now realize he's from Calabar. So it was a game they played. He went home. That's my alma mater. I'm proud of University of Calabar, but I was so disappointed by the VC and the governing body.
Let's not go into all those
and
areas.
No, these things are they are interwoven. They work together.
Of course they are. But
so after that, he recommended it to Tinubu.
They are broad.
It's broad.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's
I'm
broad,
taking the lower altitude now. So I'm landing.
Okay, land.
Is the coast clear?
Just land. Okay. A few seconds.
Haven't given me the landing permit. I want to say it clearly to us lawyers. According to the American Bar Association president 2013, said one of our greatest duty to the society is to give voice to the voiceless.
Okay.
We owe this country a duty by virtue of our training and exposure. When people are in trouble globally, they look up to lawyers for direction.
Okay.
If we fail, as most of them are pushing out Akpabio and Wike and the rest of them, when the trouble will come, we will not be spared.
All right.
I rest my case.
Thank you very much for resting your case finally. Right. Mr. Malon
for Sina, I was saying that Wike is not a member of the PDP. I disagree. He is a member, full-fledged member of the PDP. Because if one is found to have gone the way of anti-party, that particular person will be either suspended or expelled. Is Wike suspended?
No.
Good. So what is that telling us? I think he's making a mistake himself, even. And let him just be sure that himself will not walk himself into area that he will not be a member of the PDP. You see, there's one thing I understand. Again, what that is saying this. If there were no problem between Fobara and Wike, Ewo would have tagged along with the leadership of Wike. Understand? He said, that's why when I look at politicians, I don't know where to place them, the kind of humans they are.
No, we're human.
See, Ewo would have followed the leadership of Wike, and all of them, en masse, including Sim, would have followed Wike and be in the part of PDP he is. But because of that problem, they separated. Maybe some are in PDAPC and some are in PDP. if there's any remnant of it nationally. You know, I'm not a member of PDP. I'm not a member of any political party. I don't even want to be a politician. But I'm telling you, it doesn't mean I don't see and read and understand what is going on in political parties. If Wike himself also, should it be the way I believe, Atiku had come after the primary, is it convention or primary? I don't know what they call that thing they did. Tambu has succumbed to helping him. Atiku overthrew Wike, as it were. Now, if Atiku had come home and said, Wike is my running mate, the problem wouldn't have even blossomed. He would have supported PDP, the way I believe. So, if you check all of them, none is stable on the ground. My friend Chimene was saying Atiku has jumped to either many parties and all that. See, I love one thing. You see, as I am, if I'm not eating rats, and I said, you see this rat meat, I won't eat it. I will not eat it when you use it and make stew. Then I lick the stew. If I lick the stew, I've eaten that rat meat. So, as Atiku, maybe he says they deny him of winning and all that. He jumped to another one. It's better for me than you straddle your legs. You are in PDP, you are in APC. I don't understand this kind of thing. So if you look at it, including a word that is talking, all of them, if you just spy them one way politically, they'll jump to another one. Or perhaps they straddle if they have the power. Wike is a strong man. There's no doubt about it. If he's not strong, why is it that the political party, PDP, cannot discipline him if they find him worthy of anti-party activity? If he's not straight, just tell me any other thing. Is he the richest? He's not. Now, is he the oldest politician? I'm not sure. He was part of those that gave PDP the name. He wasn't. And that's why when my friend Chimene is saying they are refined PDP, I laugh. Refined what? Which one is refined? The man that was not part of the PDP in terms of giving it his name and all that is now in control. All of them are under him. If they say they are not under him and they say he has committed anti-party activity, let them discipline him.
Okay, let me also introduce Alhaji Nasser Awelebe Oho, River State Islamic leader, Vice President General, River State Council for Islamic Affairs, Chairman, Association of South-South Muslim Ummah of Nigeria, and veteran journalist. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, thank you.
Okay, so lend your voice to this conversation that Wike is in the PDP as a mole. He wants to destroy the party from within. That is not a member of the PDP. Is a mole. That's according to the factional chairman of PDP in River State.
Thank you very much. Honestly, if I had my way, I would want to distance myself.
Well, you don't have your way.
I don't have my way. Forsina has recruited me to
recruited.
say something.
You have to say something.
I would have wanted to distance myself from all these political leaders. Not because of religious thing, because I detest hypocrisy.
Who is being hypocritical here?
Just mention the whole gamut of our political listen. In every party, democratic governance is what they are supposed to give to us. If you want to lead democratically, if you want to politic democratically, but just mention one party and the party's leaders that you can hold out and say this party has democratic principles as its means of operation, or there's internal democracy operating in this political party and everybody adheres to that principle. Just mention one. Right from 1998. You can't give what you don't have. So, the describing Wike as a mole, or even Wike describing Nama as a non-member, or whatever it is, I just look at them and they're battling among themselves. Because before now, Ewo was solidly a PDP member and in support of Wike. My brother, who is now the chief of staff to the governor, was a member of the House of Assembly, and he organized was it 2 million youth something on behalf of the governor. They were all solid members of this, But today, their poles apart. What tore them apart is non-adherence to democratic principles. You can be a strong man, but that doesn't mean I don't have a right, my democratic right to stick to where I want to stick or have my own opinion. I should have my own opinion. You can be as strong as anything. You are only strong in relation to the rest of us. If you are placed in a position of authority, we respect that position. That doesn't mean you are above and every other person or you are a saint. There's no virtue in being what word did they use? There's no virtue in being chronically unapologetic. There's no virtue in being chronically hypocritic. The whole gamut of the political is stained with hypocrisy. What are we complaining about? If the LCT minister is complaining that somebody's are not doing anything, well, he resuscitated the party, and we all heard. We have had a former governor say that it was him who resuscitated the party, even paid salaries of staff. We had known this all along. He himself had admitted that when he was investing money in the party, where were the rest of them? Where were the governors? He said it. He also threw a challenge when he was investing and buying funds for the lawmakers. Where were they? All these people making noise. So, what is democratic about you going to buy funds? And the problem is, where is the democratic virtue for you going to buy and barring any other person to go and buy funds? It's not that the 27 lawmakers and all those in national assembly, it's not that they are poor. Some of them were former local government chairmen, councillors, and the rest of them. They have enough money to go and buy funds for themselves, but you struck them down.
It's
the
politics.
Only one person who said, "No, Oga, I'm going to buy my own phone." What is that, Calabari? Farah Dagogo. He said, "No, I'm going to buy my own phone." He went to Abuja, National Secretariat of the party, bought the form, and they gave him receipt. When he came, what happened? He just picked him and got him into prison until the election was over. So how can you say that is democratic?
Okay.
So what I'm trying to say is that I look at them and I say that they are not democratic, neither Wike or any other person. But him being in the limelight, he cannot claim democratic principles because he doesn't have it.
Okay.
He came on board in 1998, not by democratic means. It was imposed by Obasanjo and Awuse and Mashahari.
Okay.
He never won any election to be the party's candidate in 1998.
You didn't want to say anything earlier, but then.
So
we'll go on the news break.
If I didn't say you blacklist me.
No, I wouldn't. We'll go on the news break now, and we'll return after the break. Do stay with us.
Radio has never been this good. Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News update.
A very good morning to you. Here's a news update on Today 95.1 FM. I'm Rona Agbara. President Bola Tinubu is planning to meet with the service chiefs to discuss the rising killings in Plateau, Benue, and other parts of the country. President returned to Abuja from his 2-week working visit to Paris, the French capital. Tinubu returned to Abuja on Monday night after spending 18 days on a working visit and retreat in Paris and London. The Air Force 001 aircraft conveying the president landed at the Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport, Abuja, at 9:50 p.m. on Monday. Since April 2, when he traveled, more than 120 locals have been killed by armed assailants and several homes have been burnt and 3,000 persons displaced despite the deployment of security forces. The Inspector General of Police, IGP Kayode Egbetokun, has constituted a team to investigate the alleged assassination claims by Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan against Senate President Godswill Akpabio. Senator Akpabio had petitioned Egbetokun demanding investigation and prosecution of the senator over the claims. In the April 3rd petition and copied to the Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, Lateef Fagbemi, Akpabio described the allegations as defamatory and called for legal action to preserve peace and his safety. IGP Egbetokun, who confirmed that a team is investigating the matter through Force Public Relations Officer ACP Olumuyiwa Adejobi, said he will unravel the truth. You would recall that Senator Akpoti-Uduaghan had, while addressing her supporters during a homecoming gathering on April 1st, accused Akpabio and former Kogi State Governor Yahaya Bello of plotting to have her killed. The embattled senator also said she had already reported the matter to the IGP before publicizing the issue. In another development, the federal government has announced full closure of the Ijora Bridge in Lagos starting from April 27 for critical repair works. The Federal Controller of Works, Lagos, Olukorede Kesha, made this known during an inspection of the bridge on Monday. She said the bridge connecting Ijora Causeway to Apapa needed comprehensive repairs, especially replacement of defective bearings beneath the deck. Kesha emphasized the importance of the Ijora Bridge as a major route leading to Apapa, home to two of Nigeria's busiest ports, Tinkan and Apapa ports. She acknowledged the disruption the closure would cause, but said this was necessary for the safety of commuters and to prevent further deterioration. She said that to manage expected gridlock, motorists approaching from Ijora would be redirected through the 7-Up roundabout to reconnect to Apapa, and that heavy-duty vehicles would be diverted via Constantine through Igamu to access Apapa. Kesha reassured the public that the Federal Ministry of Works had carefully planned the diversion routes and did not anticipate major issues. She appealed to road users for understanding and cooperation. And on the foreign scene, the United Nations has expressed concerns over the deteriorating security in Haiti, and the magnitude of the violence has sown panic among Haitian population. The Special Representative for Haiti, Maria Salvador, told the Security Council that stepping up international support for Haiti is more critical than ever and urged member states to support the 2025 humanitarian response plan. Salvador commended Kenya's steadfast leadership and thanked all contributing member states. Salvador, while insisting that Haiti's humanitarian crisis has reached critical levels, added that all member states must increase support to Haiti security forces, particularly the multinational security support mission, not as a matter of choice but of necessity, as no viable alternative remains. The Kenyan's advisor told the president that an urgent expansion of the MSS personnel is essential in order to deliver the intended impact and meet the legitimate high expectations of the Haitian people. And that was the news update on Today 95.1 FM. Many thanks for listening. I'm Rona Agbara. Good morning.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Vandalism, crude oil theft, and illegal oil bunkering are devastating crimes that threaten our economy, ravage our environment, and undermine our very way of life. These destructive acts pose a direct threat to our nation's prosperity, stability, and future. But together we can combat these crimes, safeguard our oil and gas resources, and ensure a brighter future for all Nigerians. Please report suspicious activities to the authorities. Call 0707-645-8423 or 0707-645-6575. You can send an email to info@tantita.com. Visit our office at number 1 Refivia Close off Agbamu Road, DDPA, Oborikoko, Uvia Local Government Area, Delta State. Let's work together to protect our oil and gas assets and build a brighter future. This message is from Tantita Security Services Nigeria Limited.
What do you love listening to? What's your style? What's your choice? What do you yearn for? So we've got great talk, amazing conversations, entertainment, sports, and lifestyle. So tune in to Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt, because we are the voice of the people. The voice of the people.
95.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
Welcome back. You're still listening to Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. It's today's quest, and time for us to look at some stories for our opinion poll segment. We have two stories to look at for this segment. Let's begin with the story credited to the Jigawa State Governor reacting to what T.Y. Danjuma said about self-defense. It says, we've not reached that point. Jigawa Governor rejects T.Y. Danjuma's call for self-defense. Umar Namadi, Governor of Jigawa State, says Nigeria has not reached the point where citizens should resort to self-defense. The governor spoke on Monday when he featured on Sunrise Daily, a program on Channels Television. On Saturday, Theophilus Danjuma, the former Minister of Defense, asked the Nigerians to take up the personal responsibility for their safety. However, Namadi warned that allowing Nigerians to bear arms in defense would lead to anarchy. Danjuma, is a very senior security person and should be respected, he said. But if he says that citizens should be allowed to defend themselves, I think you're causing anarchy, in his words. And, well, questions would just be simple. Have we reached that point where citizens should take up arms to defend themselves? Because, I mean, listening to this and listening to what T.Y. Danjuma said, you know, take up the responsibility for your safety, defend yourself. You probably will just look at what's going on in Benue State, in Plateau State, where there are killings that are going on, and in some other parts of the country where people are being killed. And just now I heard that the president will be meeting with security chiefs. And usually when they speak, when they go on the air, you know, to speak to Nigerians, they will tell Nigerians we're doing our best, we're on top of the situation, we have deployed, we'll do this, we are gathering intelligence or anything that they can tell you to mean that they're doing something about it. That's what they will tell you. But then we're here reading and hearing about the killings in some parts of the country. And so the former Minister of Defense has said, well, at this point, all you've got to do as a citizen is take up the responsibility for your safety. Defend yourself. That's a call. But the governor of Jigawa State is saying, no, we haven't gotten to that point where citizens will begin to take up arms, you know, to defend themselves. That would be calling for anarchy. But looking at the situation, do you think that we've reached a point where citizens have got to rise up in defense for themselves, you know, just defend themselves so they don't get killed at will by the people who have sworn to reign mayhem or cause mayhem and take lives at will. Let me begin with Living Gibson Jamala. Have we reached that point that citizens should, rise up and defend themselves? Would you say that the call by T.Y. Danjuma is in the right direction, and the Jigawa State governor faulting him, saying, no, we haven't reached that point where citizens should bear arms because that would be anarchy?
If you look at the life and the service, T.Y. Danjuma retired. The General T.Y. Danjuma,
General,
yes, as the information, the intelligence that he has, I don't think the Jigawa State governor has 1/3 of that information. Now, Jigawa is not one of those states that has recently been in the news for the sad reasons. It has been Plateau, Benue. Yes, and sometimes you watch these videos and you ask, are these things really happening in Nigeria? Now, this is not the first time T.Y. Danjuma is making that call, that it is high time citizens defend themselves. Now, if you look at our structure of life, it does appear that the government has abandoned us. Aside security, what is it that the citizens are not providing for themselves? We provide the light we use for ourselves. So the roads to some estates take up they construct those roads within the neighborhood. They provide water. They provide security for themselves. If you drive around Port Harcourt, in almost every street you see a security gate.
Absolutely.
The private security people manning that gate. Ordinarily, it will tell you that the area is not safe, and so they have taken steps to provide security for themselves. Now, with what is happening in Benue and Plateau, to what extent can the citizens go to secure themselves? It's calling up. The call by Danjuma is indirectly asking them to take up arms. Now, yes, while that can be welcomed, the law regulating arms bearing has not given the citizens the right to hold arms without being licensed. And if they were to be licensed, the caliber of arms that they will be licensed cannot be commensurate with the ones that comes with the bandit or whatever name you give them. Because if the bandits or whatever name you give them, they have somehow the security, they have overwhelmed the security architecture, then the citizens themselves, can they actually defend themselves? It's an indirect way of saying the security architecture of the state being Nigeria now, has failed. Because in one of the responses to Daoud, learned senior advocate, justifying the actions now going in River State, another learned senior silk, in responding, said, where a country, you see generals pay ransom to release their fellow general from on-state-like security outfit, that it means the security architecture has failed. If a civilian is kidnapped, ordinary civilian, they will say, go and negotiate, go and settle with them. But now the kidnapping is now going to the toppest level of the military, and they are still overwhelmed. Can the citizen on their own, without the necessary training, without the necessary equipment and munitions, can they also defend themselves? Look at the communities that these people attack. It's more or less the poorest of the poor. If you go to the farmlands, watching, see how they attack them in the farmlands, shooting at sight indiscriminately, whether you're a child, you're a woman, you're a man, no matter the age. Yes, the call is welcome, but how will the citizens go about
defending themselves?
Then I would disagree with the Jigawa State governor, because it has not happened to him yet, so he would not know how these persons are feeling, what solutions to bring. When the Boko Haram era, when Boko Haram somehow attacks his area, he was not then in government. What was it called then? So why is it changing at this particular time? Citizens should defend themselves, but to what extent? And if you give license, like the license in the U.S., for everyone to have a gun, if you bring it now in Nigeria, can we contain what will come? The aftermath of that approval, will Nigerians be able to contain it? That is the fear. So yes, Danjuma may be right to say defend yourself, but to what extent, again, I ask.
Okay. But the call by Danjuma, you think it's good, but it's the extent of the defense.
It's the implementation of that call.
All
yes,
right.
It's the implementation.
Chimene.
Well, I think it has actually gone beyond what citizens can, what we expected. It all started in 2001, precisely. The crisis in Jos Plateau. I was in Kano State when it all started. It started, from religious to farm, who takes over a farmland and all the rest. And from the history some of us conceived was as a result of the land tenure system. Of course, these were immigrants that the Fulanis actually came in and they allotted land for them. And immediately they allotted land to them, they started following the land. And over the years, of course, partial migration, unlawful occupation, just as the Palestinians will claim that the Israelis are invading their lands. And of course, partial migration, conquest started taking place. And you can't take away conquest. Conquest is part of how lands are being, grabbed and taken away. And up to this time, in some areas in Equatorial land, if you go to the Alo axis, of course, where you're heading to airport area, I bought a land there where the TAF estate just took over through conquest, courtesy of the suspended governor who spearheaded. We're in court. The matter is in court because the TAF, of course, took over most of the land there. And most of those lands were right of occupancy. They are inheritance, land that were through inheritance. And of course, government has not even though they are claiming that they bought the land, the matter is in court. Let me not further upon that. This is what is also going on right now in Jos Plateau. The same thing in Benue. And of course, it has been tailored to be religious war. But what is going on is, of course, conquest. And through conquest, religious has come in. In 2001, they had close to more than 100 persons died within 1 hour. And of course, we had the position of Jonah Jang. Several persons were able to. In fact, there was a white paper to be released in 2001, but that white paper was not released. It was downplayed. But when they had a conference concerning that crisis, the reason was to come up with a solution on how to, ranches and all the rest. But as I speak to you, are those things working? The same thing in Kaduna, Kaduna South, we've had a lot of killings going on. So I think failure on the part of leadership and failure on the part of regional government. In the Rohingya axis, where there was a very big conflict, what the government did was to set up a local militias. The regional government and some local militias had to come in. Because, of course, the Rohingyas were used as a locust. Millions of them were killed. And, of course, what happened? There was a reprisal attack. Today, they have the Rohingyas militias. The same thing in Guatemala. Government will have to rise to do the right thing.
Not the citizens.
Government will rise, first of all,
self-defense.
to do the right thing. In Guatemala, what happened? The people of Mapuche they were immigrants. They came in to follow on their land. What happened? Some group of persons, overlords, came out and started using all in the name of government. Government started killing them. But they came together and they started fighting back. But the solution was government had to come in again and say, look, let's pacify the people. What is this problem that is becoming a problem of infinite decimal calculus? Like it's unending. What is this problem that will not end? If there is responsiveness on the part of leadership over the years, because not particular, it's an age-long war. I said 2001. That was the time that the Just Plateau crisis started. Even in the Rwandan cases, the Tutsi and Hutu, have they not ended that war? I started in 1993. Today you have one of the best countries in Africa today. You have, after what you call the Mauritius, you have Rwanda is one of the places you can visit today. When you watch at Arsenal, you look at their jersey, what is written there is visit Rwanda. Didn't they go through this crisis? So for me, I think we have to look at the issue of course, look at what Danjuma is saying. These people are innocent citizens. If a government has sworn to protect life and property, then the responsibility of reneging or deviating from protecting life and property is I think the government should be held accountable for that. And secondly, who are the people that are supposed to hold the government accountable? Don't they have the state assembly in all of these states? Monies are allotted on daily basis to this government, regional government. Security monies are allotted. Millions of naira. What are they using it for? If you have a government that cannot stand and take responsibility of life and ensuring that nobody... Look at what happened in Kogi State some few months, where people were being killed on daily basis. Some group of men who, sometimes they claim to be immortal and invisible. They always come out and kill, at their own will. The government had to come out and say, look, we will fight. They had to form a local militia. In Meduguri, I remember Professor Zulum had to even form civilian JTF. And they were armed. Even though they refused here, River State, when we were about forming a neighborhood, politics now ensued. But I think what was actually the factor here, we have degenerated up to the extent that we need to have the local militias. We need to have them in the sense that will be trained for emergency situations like this. In Cameroon, you have the Ambazonia side, you have the Jesus and the Gendarme. What Paul Biya did was to form the Jesus. The essence of the formation of the Jesus is to fight any aggression that is coming from Nigeria. If you're moving from Oron to cross to the Ambazonian area, you have to cross through the Jesus. They will search you. But once you say you're in Nigeria, they will search you because the green tree where we seeded, the Cameroon, the place we seeded during the war, the Bakassi Peninsula, is a subject of litigations. The Oron people are running on daily basis. So what Paul Biya did was that Nigerians under Abacha, who were killing, there was the soldiers were up to, Nigeria was, active. Nigerian soldiers were active, responding timely. Each time the Gendarme comes in, of course, the Nigerian soldiers will respond. But today, there is high level of passivity. So what the Jesus do, what they do is that they will come out and ensure that if you're coming into Cameroon, you have to be cross-checked. And that is why you don't hear Boko Haram going. The Jesus are emergency soldiers. So if we have something like that, of course, we can go through the assembly. They can legislate upon that. It can come through under the doctrine of necessity. At this point, who are the people that are dying? Some few days ago, they just say 100 persons. These are human beings, for God's sake, for sinner. They are not animals. You just kill people and nobody is being questioned. And the following day, the same place again, some persons were also killed. So we have to, begin to, if Danjuma is saying that we should defend ourselves, I think he's in order.
All right.
And if he's in order, because at that point, who are the people carrying AK-47? If you go to some areas in Kano, people are free to hold penknife. People are free to hold bayonet. People are free to have their rifle. And the question you should be asking is whether they are soldiers. So if those people are born to be free to have their own arms and ammunition, then what stops the ordinary man? So I think religion has come to balkanize this nation, and it has seeped into communities. Apart from politicization of all these crises, religion is playing a pivotal role in terms of all these crises.
Right.
And like I said, it's conquest. Government will have to be responsible. What we are seeing is that white papers, every day they want to release white papers. And I'm asking myself, are they not implementing these white papers? Now, Kaduna is scam. And after the Zakabiam, we saw what happened. It was millions of persons. Because sometimes there are, just as JP Clark will say, the casualty is not those that are dead, but the wounded. So, who are those? There are those that are still not dead, unreported. So, just Plateau, I wonder if I can build there. Because the sound you're seeing, a human being. I wonder what they use in building there.
All right.
So for me, it has become an orgy of killing on daily basis. So if Danjuma, I stand side by side with Danjuma, who has been a leader. He has led this nation during the military days. And I think he understands what it means to say arm yourself.
Okay, thank you.
Because if you arm yourself, you defend yourself. Then later we can all reconcile it.
Okay. Dr. Chinwo.
Yes.
So the Jigawa State Governor is countering T.Y. Danjuma, saying the call, by Danjuma to defend, for the citizens to defend themselves, is a call to anarchy. That we haven't reached that point in our country.
Did he state the point when we will reach there? That is the problem of our country. We are afraid. Let me put the best construction to his contribution. We are afraid to take initiative. By all this kind of, our democracy is not yet to that level. We're a nascent democracy and all that. When will we reach there? You can't get to a distance without taking a step. Let him agree if people should defend themselves. If, like the Supreme Court or those four who said that Jackson couldn't defend himself or committed a crime to defend himself, if he's there, he stands, then he says, I don't believe in self-defense. But if he believes in self-defense, I think he shouldn't counter Danjuma. Danjuma is absolute. As a matter of fact, since last week, I've been thinking that I want to do an article that there should be military training for all secondary to university students and school leavers and university. Military. Solid military training. Because as we are here now, we are just sitting ducks. So if one fellow now carrying cattle, as we think they are, or anywhere comes from the bush with AK-47, the whole village is in captivity. We don't even know how to run. We have not been taught how to dodge bullets. We have not been taught how to handle it. We are all, including that governor, we are all sitting ducks in this country. And unfortunately, quite unfortunately, it is Nigerians who are now being the victim of this thing. They're thinking, okay, we're killing communities in Plateau and Benue, which are not Islam dominated. But the victims of these things are also Muslims who are innocent. But Nigeria, look, the other day they showed a video clip of little children with AK-47 beating a man, terrorizing him, harassing him. These boys don't look like any community in Nigeria. None of them look like a Nigerian from any Nigerian community. The closest are those people from Nigeria that used to come and beg in those days here, from Niger or Chad. But they are with AK. One of those AK-47 can hold 100 people hostage on the road. So we must begin to face the reality of our nation. And that one reality is that one military training for every university, secondary school leaver and graduates. And then we begin to, all right, like Chimene hit a point, we may not say, okay, for now, individuals are barred from the constant rascality. Community, every recognized community should be recognized duly to have arms to protect itself. In my own community, thank God for the young girls who have made us self-available. We can sleep with our eyes closed and wake up happily. Because we understand that there are young men who are doing vigilante. So, because of that, every time people are shot, we're having people coming to my community saying, we heard that this place is peaceful, we want to stay here. But we are even so far away from the theater of these things because all of us will not be able. They cannot find any place to stay in Chimene's community. There's no bush. When I think of somebody like, as Jamala is now, or my colleagues here, Alaji or Monkey, their communities still have bush, forests, where these people have come in and put their car and taking hold, stronghold. When they come out and they say, we're going to do, there's nothing community can do. So we must be able to arm every community. I mean, River State government take ward, every ward, and the wards have their units. And you say, that's how nations think. Well, the problem here, we're all thinking that it's a Hausa Fulani against Igbo, it's a Igbo man against, or it's a Christian against, we're thinking for all. So What, even though, what's his name? T.Y. He started, some of them have realized it late in the closing time. When he was in power, he didn't remember that things like that could be done. He could have, when he was Minister of Defense under Obasanjo, I'm sure he would have said, go and shoot anybody who says that. But he has not seen it now. That's how they start. When they're in government, they won't listen. And now he has not seen that his own community, if he's going there, he's going with troop of soldiers. He finishes making those suggestions. That day, he enters his plane, he goes back to Abuja or Lagos. But it's that. So we need military training.
All right.
All our children, male and female, should have military training. And then communities, at least community level, every community should be duly recognized to have their own call it vigilante group. And then if they're also going to be people who are able to go to the bush, we call it hunting, recognize them. And then it will also, that's where state police comes in, because see, if the DP at Limbu is a man who is trying to send there to make sure that nobody man takes any step. The day we go to the bush and try to arrest those who are terrorizing us, he will not turn it against us that those boys held an innocent man. How can an innocent man who doesn't even hear any language of River State is inside my forest? He says an innocent man, like the innocent hunters now in the court at Uromi.
Okay, Mr. Dubavari. I mean, I think Doc mentioned the issue of state police, and I think that's one thing that has been lingering for a very long time. Do you think at this point that T.Y. Danjuma is calling for citizens to begin to rise up to defend themselves? Do you think that push for state policing should be given utmost importance?
If I may ask, okay, you are not a lawyer. There is no legal foundation for the setup of Omotekun. You see this studio we're in? There's a camera here, and there is a credible report from your colleague that this complex is being attacked. If you watch the footage of that video thereafter, and you realize that it was a plank, you'll be shocked at what we will do to escape. One's life is at stake, nothing makes meaning. No. Whether you have your PhD certificate is immaterial. Even animals that is ambushed and caught in a very terrible point, you see struggling, fighting for life. Talk less of human being. It's unfortunate. You know, our ruiners, those I prefer to describe as majority criminal-minded, self-imposed political opportunities in the name of leaders in this country, they know that they are few. And they have aligned with these terrorists. This is the only country that I know that will open its border for foreign terrorists to come in. Bala Muhammad is a sitting governor of Bauchi State. He's walking about free. The videos are there. He called on terrorists that Allah gave them Nigeria to take over. And they open border, whether for political reason. These people are in my thinking, they are senseless. They are not thinking about tomorrow. Because now that they have taken a foothold here, it's extending to anybody. Religion does not matter to them. Most of them cannot speak your dialect.
It's territorial work.
They are here to occupy the land, while our stupid leaders are thinking of power, political power. Do you understand? Because to me, it's brainless. If you are thinking of mere holding power, being in authority, do you understand? That's what we want. Power. Listen to them. You can hear it from them, from their body language. Why these people will take over the land. You see, whenever these gory pictures pop up, oh my God, you can see how this thing is affecting me. I keep saying this. Let me say something that will surprise you. You know Justice Adewale Thompson, in a judgment in 1969, AB/26/66, had this to say, which is the root of this problem. Because this people have been bringing up this argument as far back as then. I'll quote him. Quote, I do not accept the contention of defendants that a custom exists which imposes obligation on the owner of the farm to fence his farm, while the owner of cattle allow his cattle to wander like pests and cause damage. Such a custom, if it exists, is unreasonable, and I hold that it is repugnant to natural justice, equity, and good conscience, and therefore unenforceable, in that it is highly unreasonable to impose the burden of fencing a farm on the farmer without the corresponding obligation on the cattle owner to fence his cattle. Sequel to that, I ban open grazing, for it is inimical to peace and tranquility, and the cattle owner must fence or ranch their animals for peace to reign in these communities, unquote. That's the root of the problem. Where is the will on the part of the leaders? Number one, that a government can allow foreigners, even the army, the entire architecture of the security. And did you hear that recently? What is the thousand of the people that they call them repentant terrorists? That where is such thing done? And these are people that are going to act as spy. Of course, the architecture of our security, this thing, those of us who are lawyers, we know it very well, that it is the maximum you can do oral documentation by way of report is division. From area command up is by petition. Who are the heads of these things? They are people from selected areas. So if you have such a person that we call a mole now, that is your DPO, what happens? We have occasion people go to DPO when these people are putting their cattle into people's farm. They tell you that we are helpless, there is something we can do. If you want to help yourself, you can help yourself. They are helpless. So when T.Y. Danjuma is saying this, did you hear of the Woji experience recently? Of this idiot coming up to say that somebody, you had a case of Deborah. We used to hear it in the north. It's here with us, Faustina. If you are joking. This religious idiot came out to say that the woman blasphemed Allah. Nothing more than that. He forces the constitution under this table. The constitutional rights, which is talking about what you call it, that you have a right to life. It doesn't make any meaning. They will just come as a swarm of bees. Even though you are in your car, they will set your car ablaze and burn you.
Yeah, so you think we've gotten to that point where individuals will need to stand up and protect themselves?
This is not the first time Danjuma is saying this. There's even a latest video, I can give it to you. He said, based on the first one he won, because in that one he said, if you are waiting for the security to defend you, that we will all die one by one. He said, they now came up with a kind of kangaroo this in a committee and invited him to come and defend himself, that he refused to go. That now they have understood what he was saying then. That we are in the very deep mess. Okay. Do you understand it? Right. This is where we are now. So that as I am now, I'm only jokingly telling my colleague, with my LLBBL.com, because I'm computer literate, you can be walking on the road and one idiot will just say that you are blaspheming Allah. And that's where I end. So we are just like a walking corpse. Do you understand it? For now, you may not understand the gravity. Do you understand? Provided elastic limit is not exceeded, force is directly proportional to extension. That's Hooke's law.
Okay, thank you.
This is where we are. And I want to say that the issue of self-defense is even overdue. Like I mentioned to you, Omoteko, when it happened in the West, they realized that life is sacred. That there is absolutely not. Go and check Dele Farutumi. There's a documentary he did recently. When you listen to that documentary, I can say it's operating on a wavelength like that of Pastor Tunde Bakari. You understand the gravity of the situation that we have on ground. Why can't the government put its feet on the ground? All these terminology, ranching and the rest of them, they were all game they were playing to protect these people.
All right, so
we can't continue this way.
Okay, because of time.
In fact, as I'm talking to you now, if I have anybody that can give me the training, I'm ready.
Okay, Alaji, let's hear from you. T.Y. Danjuma's call, and of course, the statement by the Jigawa State Governor saying we haven't gotten to that point. And probably want to talk about if this is a time that the state policing that has been lingering, the issue of state policing that has been lingering, this is time we need to kickstart.
Yes. I think, like it has been observed, this is not the first time General T.Y. Danjuma is making that call. He made it during the Buhari period, when he alleged that some militants or insurgents attacked his people at a Takum or something local government area. So he now made a call that people should defend themselves, that the military, as at that time, is incapable. And if they are waiting for the military, they will be going one by one. The military reacted. Then it was Lieutenant General Buratai. These are weighty allegations coming from a retired general. So the military set up a committee with membership drawn from all the 6 zones. And then the NBA was there, and other public issues were represented in that body. And they say, you have 10 days, go into that area, find out what happened. They did, came up with a report. And they said what they found out was that particular group of ethnic group came out in military uniforms and attacked one group. And the people were saying, what have we done that the military should begin to attack us? When eventually transpired that those people were not actually military people, there was this hue and cry for reprisals. So that was what the committee found out. And the question then was that, who were these people? How did they get this military attire? And they said that there are certain political big wigs in the area and retired who were from that particular district were able to do this. There are people. It happened in Jos too. See, my problem, the Jigawa state governor, with due respect to him, maybe if you don't know where the shoe that pinches the other person, you will not know. Jigawa is relatively quiet compared to Borno, Zamfara, and the rest of Sokoto. But that's not my problem. My real problem, where I say the real problem, is that these insurgents or bandits or whatever thing you call them, they have sponsors. If you want to nip this insurgency in the bud, get hold of the sponsors. This thing has been on and on. There is a disturbing manifest reluctance on the part of government to go after these sponsors. The DSS of our country, they have dossiers on this. The DMI, all our intelligence agencies, they know these things. It's not as if they're working. Let's give them credit. Our intelligence community and the military, they have all these things. But they are not the ones to take the actions. A foreign country, we know, sent a list of people they were able to identify that these are the sponsors of insurgency in your country and handed over the list to the government. Till today, nothing has happened. I would have expected General Danjuma to organize his fellow retired generals and all this thing to put pressure on the government, to force the government to release that list. If they cannot go after them, release it to the public. Let us know. So that if there are such people in Rivers State here, we'll begin to take a look and say, this man has been fingered. So it's like you will have to be careful of him in Rivers State. By the time you release the list publicly, if you yourself can't do anything, allow people to even monitor their movements. Because go and arrest any of these headers. They will tell you that they are being armed by people up there in Abuja. They say so. Look, Fulani, I'm not holding brief for them, but I, as a person, I grew up knowing these Fulani people within our society. When they come with their account, sometimes we follow them behind and chanting their this thing. And what you have, you see a man with his wife and 2 children, heading about 50 to 60 cows. And then where do they stay? They meet the community, and the community gives them permission. They go and put a small hall that you cannot even stand up in that place. Small thing like that. In fact, they crawl on their knees to get into that enclave. You see them all over this place. And one was asking us the other day, is it that I and my wife and these two children will now confront a huge community like this. How is it possible? You have to dig deep. But in order to cut the story short, let the government go after the sponsors. They are well known. The security agencies in the country know them. Those in government, in high places, know them. What is it? What does the government need to push it to act against this person? Because it's like we're having this in those who are planning to kill Julius Caesar, and they say, look, if we kill Julius Caesar, the general, the chief of army staff, is his right hand man, or what was that, Mark Antony. We can't tackle Caesar with Mark Antony still alive. Another person looked at it and said, look, leave Mark Antony. Once Caesar's head is off, that Caesar's hand will be, Mark Antony will be useless. But that was the mistake they made. Okay. So my point is that we can end this insurgency and banditry in a matter of months. Grab the sponsors. The financiers. Government should go after the sponsors.
All right. Mr. Ndukwe, I mean, because we're going to be talking solution, we can't be talking about the killings. Yes, the problem is here, but some people have said address the root cause of this issue. Maybe T.Y. Danjuma, he knows the root cause that should be addressed, but this particular call to for individuals to defend themselves might not be the solution. Might not be the solution. Maybe it might be a solution, but what else can be or should be the solution to these killings?
Well, the solution will be government legislation backed by action. But you know, in this country, the law may exist. The National Assembly may come up with a law, but the political will to execute that particular law with precision will not be there. And so it will just be in the imagination of people, of Nigerians, that have heard that. But one thing I do not like in this life is selfishness. I do not support T.Y. Danjuma at all. Rather, that governor is on the right track for me.
Okay.
Because, see, for Sina, this thing started way behind time. Perhaps in the 60s or so, when some individuals also in the same military were noticing the way Nigeria was going, finding out that some ethnic group will rise in future and start subjugating others, which is happening now. Because during Buhari, he will hear everything. He will not talk. Even if they kill anybody in front of us or rock, he stands up and hear. He won't talk. He will not. Now, as at that time, a warning rang out from some officials of Nigerian army that this kind of thing should happen. This, we have to check. There's a way we have to rearrange our architecture so that this kind of thing will not happen in future to subjugate others. Danjuma was a part of the principal people that rejected that. Now, because they started touching people from Taraba, Danjuma is calling for self-defense. No, he should enjoy it, since it's enjoyable. He should enjoy it and see it. And again, he had made so much money in Nigeria that it's very easy for him, perhaps, to buy arms. Should it be that federal authorities agree? Now, we've adopted this mode. Now, buy arms and order, defend yourself. Danjuma can buy for Taraba people. If I were in that mode of saying, let me go after my fellow human and kill him, who will buy for me? Because for Sina, when you see AK-47, it's not 1 naira. It's not. Those boys you are seeing wielding them cannot buy them. So, like Alhaji was saying, there are sponsors, those who are buying, and Danjuma has such money to buy if he wants, or if he's made a law, like he's calling for it. He has such. Now, perhaps in my area I don't have. If I were in that kind of mess with them, I say, let's go after our fellow humans. I don't have money. And others will look around, nobody has. So those people will look at us and then come and be feasting on us every day. But Taraba people would have been served by Danjuma. That is why when somebody, you see as all of us are, if maybe I'm the smallest person here, then I look at something, I said, look at what I'm observing may happen if we allow this kind of trajectory to continue. Others should listen to me. Not you see those who are money bags or power mongers, they will rise up and say, who is that in Ndukwe to talk? They will march me down. And later on, that thing I say starts happening. At that time, they start crying, and let us do like this, let us do like that. For me, no arms. Because if you also look at America, where they have such liberalism of saying everybody defend yourself, the whole guns here and there, every time on this earth we start crying about how they've killed little children in schools and all that. And even if you are a fellow, if you want to open mouth and the person opens, you fire. Is it how to live? It will entrench anarchy.
Okay. All right. Briefly, we'll look at the story and then open up the phone lines. This is the second story for opinion poll.
I wanted to inform.
I
wanted to say something.
Okay.
I think, I want to give an information concerning Danjuma. I don't know if I'm free.
Quickly, so we move on.
In 1963, when people speak like this, when people say something, you look at their past. And the counter coup that took place, Johnson Aginrossi, the first military head of state, was killed by Danjuma, arrested by Danjuma, including Fajuli, the military head of state in the western region. What I'm trying to say, when Danjuma was in Katanga, he went for a peacekeeping mission. Something happened. Katanga is in Congo. He was asked to make a report as a military student. He refused. He did a lot of things that up till now, if we are living in a country where they should court martial, Danjuma should be somewhere resting. Danjuma made money through petroleum, shipping and all the rest. Millions of naira. What I'm saying is that Danjuma is even enough to even, with the money he has, because he's one of the richest, whether you like it or not. He is. As I speak to you, Danjuma is rich, even than Babangida, than the president of Nigeria. So what I'm trying to say is that he made a lot of money during arms and all the rest. Even though he was part of the 4th Battalion who took over the counter coup, himself, Dimka, Bukasuka and all the rest. Danjuma, what is happening today, you can't take it away, that is not part of. Even though he's saying that people should arm. But what has been the contribution of Danjuma in the state of the rot in Nigeria? In as much as I support that, there should be peace. But let us demystify the man called Danjuma.
Okay. All right. So the story, briefly we'll look at it. Second story for opinion poll. Tinubu arrives in Abuja after a visit to France. And the question is simple. Because when the president was away, some people made calls for the president to come back home due to the killings that are ongoing in the country. Oh, you can't be away and your people are dying in Nigeria here. Just come back home. But he stayed and then he's back to the country. And now that he's back, do we expect the killings to stop? We read in the news that he's planning to meet with service chiefs to discuss the rise in killings in Plateau, Benue, and other parts of the country. Barrister Jamala, and now that the president is back, do we expect the killings to stop? Or if we don't really address the root causes, the killings will continue? Just briefly.
When the president, the news of his travel was published by one of the spokesmen, he said he was going on a walking visit. So in other words, he will be wherever he will be and still be performing his duties as the president of Nigeria.
Remote work.
Yes. I do not think that his absence led to or occasioned what has been happening in Plateau and Benue. His coming back may not even change the situation.
May not.
Yes, he's coming back, meeting with the service chiefs. It's just something that to be seen that is working. I'm aware he has directed Mr. Vice President to visit the affected and communities and work with the local heads to see how they can put this thing. The government knows what is happening, the root cause of the bloodbath in Plateau and Benue. But they have refused to take actions because one or two persons may be likely be fingered and directly affected, which to the extent that when someone made that pronouncement that Boko Haram exists up to the presidency, we analyze it lightly. But for every, giving credit to Abacha, for every insecurity that lasts within more than 24 hours, government may have a hand in it. So the presence of Mr. President in the country, I do not think will change the narrative, whatever the intentions of those who are spearheading, sponsoring the carnage in those two states.
Okay. Mr. Ajubabari,
yeah.
The presence of the president back in the country, do you think that, this might change the killings, the issues happening in the country?
To me, you see, the president is an individual, right? He's a figurehead. There are people directly connected with this. These are people that he cannot question. Oshomole came up that they carried out a smart investigation and found that the security chiefs are diverting funds given to them. That's why they cannot be queried. Why can't they be queried? That some of them even use the money to build private universities. He called on his colleagues that it's time for them to play their role, what we call oversight function. Right? Let's say you are the head here now. You can determine who speaks, how much time and all whatnot. And they said what they do is that if there is insecurity, they bring budget that they are going to, for approval, beyond approval, if this money is to be used for AK-47 purchase, that they will monitor that it is used for AK-47. They will also monitor that they deploy them and use them effectively. That vote that was seconded, that motion that was moved seconded, was pushed down with a no vote. Akpabio pretentiously appeared as if he was under some form of auditory illusion. He said, colleagues, you know his time. And I'm told he was a former DJ. Colleagues, are you aware of the seriousness of this matter? And he rehearsed and indicated to his colleague that Oshomole have moved the motion and it has been seconded. Can they take a vote on it? It was roundly brought down. It was then that I concluded that these people are behind these insurgents. Faustina, if you have an insider knowledge of the money involved, this is one of the biggest, is thicker than oil business. This insecurity. People are making billions out of it. Is it not the same people that, it's just like the thing that Obasanjo Tinubu said, that he knows where the subsidy money that is going into the hand of few individuals, that's why he has to remove it. He could not proceed against one person. Okay, the billions that have been raised now, what project is China to? So it's coming, if the meeting with the security chief that you cannot question, you can't remove, of what value? Okay, Boko Haram, those who have been rehabilitated are just on ground. These are the same people. I've heard of stories of officers of how their leaders led them into ambush. There are so many things that are going on. So there is lack of trust. So it's coming. The critical question will be, is coming. Of what difference? What will be the essence? Is his presence just like a father? You know, when, like a family, when the mother realizes that she's losing her ground, she will say, okay, say I'm not making any impact. You people should not bother. Let your dad come. Right? If it is a responsible family, the moment the mother says, okay, no problem now, let your father come, the child will quickly, in fact, he will tell the mother that he will do double of the work. Say, leave that matter, I will play mommy. Don't go to that extent. So, the body language of the president, I project a school of thought that two things, in fact, the one that happened in Rivers State is the third dimension, that it appeared to me clearly with evidence that this government came into office with alliance with terrorists and alliance with imperialists. Alliance with terrorists because upon all this killing that happened, this genocide consistently going on, nothing. They will call the security agents. These people will land like a hawk that checks a compound and realize that there's no cage, and then it will monitor from a distance and land inside. Before you come back, you only see the feathers.
But to them, that's something they've done.
What?
Well, because you said nothing has been done. Well, to them, that's something they've done.
The killing is going on unabated.
So for you, the coming back of the president in the country, it
will
not
make any difference. We're going to watch and see what is going to come out of it.
All right.
Because from evidence available on the ground, it's so unfortunate, but that's the reality on ground.
Okay, Chimene.
Tinubu understands. Before this time, he has been in the forefront. He is an activist. He understands the terrain. He has been there during the days of Nedeco. He understands what, from 1993 downwards, he has been within the mainstream of Nigerian politics. Most of the doings of Nigerian politics you see at the regional level, those regional governors, you call the doings of Nigerian politics, those powerful governors are the foot soldiers of Tinubu. And I can tell you, most of them today are still, and that is why I keep telling people that in 2027 is going to be a smooth sail. For those that are social media president, although they know. So when it comes to security, he understands. He's coming back. You know, of course, when the president leaves, there is one thing that happens. Of course, his flanks will cover up for him. The law envisages that the vice president, of course, takes, duty.
Yeah.
And then when you look at it, as at when he left, he has delegated his duties. And of course, the country is running smoothly. The only thing we are lacking, insecurity is one thing. In America, one of the worst cities in America is St. Louisiana. In fact, people from the investigation available, in every second, as soon as you clap, fraction of seconds, somebody will die. The poverty level per head in Louisiana, it's alarming. So we are talking about sinner crime. In most of the schools in Michigan and Ohio, it has been observed that, in fact, once you hit your eyes like this, before you open it, 10%. So people are arrogating, 7 persons were caught in St. Louisiana. Why did you shoot your fellow? They said, look, they've not been heard for some months, that they want to be heard. So many things. Autistic kids, children, take up arms. We're talking about sinner crime, where crime is, you can't eliminate it. You can't even erase it. The only thing is that you can minimize. How do we do this? With the presence of Mr. President, of course, you can see that something is going on. There is upthrust and density. People are now recognizing the fact that he's around. And of course, all the institutions will be activated. But when you delegate a duty, it may not be that effective when the president is not there. The passivity is always there. And even while he was there, he also ordered that the killing in Jos Plateau should. In 1987, a man called Thomas Sankara was assassinated by his friend, Blaise Compaoré. What happened? Blaise Compaoré led a troop who assassinated him. And that matter took till 1993. And what happened? Under other regimes and administration, it all went fallow. Nobody could bring up that matter.
Right.
But recently, Blaise Compaoré was investigated and was sentenced to life imprisonment. We are talking about responsibility in governance. I think this government should be given the opportunity.
Okay.
What is going on now in Nigeria is that, of course, there are porosity of border. Porosity of borders in the sense that recently it was discovered that during the last hike in fuel in Nigeria here, where they had to hike, it affected Cameroon. Because there is a place in Lagos where you can walk just a stone throw down to Cameroon. So what they do is that the Cameroonians come in and get it for a lower price and sell it higher in their place. So not only that thoroughfare, we have close to 2 million borders that are unannounced, where they do all sorts of things. So I think for me, with the presence of Mr. President, so many things will be covered.
Okay.
Right now in Sierra Leone, they are equally fighting insecurity. In the Sahel region, where you have, in Burkina Faso, where you have Abraham Touré, a very young man who is in his 30s, Of course, he came in through coup d'etat. But what is going on now? They discovered that there is uranium in Burkina Faso. In fact, it has been there from time immemorial. But recently, the young man had to partner with Vladimir Putin, the president of Russia. And recently, they had a ties. And what happened? They said, look, there was a barter that we're going to give you the uranium. Let me tell you.
Okay, so because of time,
isotopes. What I'm saying is that you can use it for nuclear weapons and all the rest.
Okay.
Now, France is partnering with Paul Biya, Cameroon, as a result of uranium. We have uranium in Kaduna. We have uranium in Cross River. We even have in Imo State. What we need is that we can partner with these foreign countries, and they will give us weapons. If America refuses, because what we are lacking is that there is an embargo. I remember during the days of Goodluck Jonathan, these weapons were all to be purchased. But because there was an embargo in terms of fundamental rights and all the rest, it jaundiced the fight for insecurity. So for me, I think we must, with the presence of Mr. President, I think we should give him time.
Okay.
All these things will be eliminated.
All right. Quickly, Mr. Manuel Ndukwe.
Well, Faustina, my answer is very simple. There won't be a change and that the president is back. Because certainly, if there would be a change, it didn't.
Because it's not as if this insurgency or banditry started after he left for France. It's been there. He inherited it. You see, he inherited it. You see, any effective government that comes into power, within 1 year, it will make a whole lot of difference to the lives of the people. By the time it gets into the second year, okay, in America, we had President Obama who came in at a time the American economy was very, very low. Industries were shutting down everything. He came, identified the problem. What he did was just to pour in money into those big industries that and remove their money guzzling CEOs. And then he appointed the government's own CEOs to overrun those countries where he poured money. He used public money to resuscitate those where he poured money. He used public money to resuscitate those big this thing that were gone back from Mortgage and all that. And in a matter of 6 months, the economy was booming.
Right.
So also here in security, have you asked ourselves? We have Niger. Somebody mentioned Burkina Faso, and which other one again? These were countries where you were having mass demonstration almost every other time against the government. But all have become silent now. How? The people have gotten leaders who care for them, who take their security and their welfare very seriously. There are no more demonstrations.
Okay.
Across, I think it was Chad also, some time ago, Boko Haram went and killed 100 people from, was it Niger or Chad? You know these are northern neighbors. And the president said, what? Under my watch, I will not be alive for another countryman to be fed. He got his commander-in-chief attire and asked his army officers, generals, oh yeah, let's go after them.
Okay.
They went after them, but he lost his life. But then he made a statement. I, as the number one citizen of this country, will not be alive for 100 of my citizens being killed by insurgents. But then he set the standard, and up to now, we have not had a repeat of such incidents.
Okay.
So we should do something.
All right. Thank you very much. At this point, you open up the phone lines so you can call in and be a part of the conversation. 60 seconds is all you've got. So you call in straight to the point, reference a story you want to react to, and go on. There is Facebook also. Drop your comment there. Facebook Today95.1 FM. I've seen some comments there. I'll take a few. And then from the SMS portal as well as the WhatsApp portal. The number 0701-933-9962. That's for messages. For call lines 0701 0817 000951 and 0810-9510-951. So let me begin on X with the opinion poll post there. Don Rex says the government is folding her arms. We provide our electricity, we provide healthcare, we provide our education. We must provide our security if we must leave. Okay. Stan PH says a call for self-defense only shows that the government at all levels has failed its citizens, and it's a pathetic situation. Tinubu's presence or non-presence changes nothing. Okay. And then Vict Nana says, good morning to you all. As for Danjuma, calling for self-defense is one thing. Equipping the people with the adequate weapon and training is another thing. For Sinan, thanks for allowing 2 minutes to express himself. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. So, yeah, let's take a few calls and then I'll read messages and comments on Facebook. Hello, Today95.1 FM. All right, I missed that one. Do well to dial back 0817-0000-951 and 0810-9510-951. Hello, good morning.
Hello, good morning.
You're welcome. What's your name?
Christopher. Okay.
All right, go on.
And Chokocho. I just want to come. I agree with everybody, but all the panelists.
Yeah, they can hear you.
Good morning.
Thank you.
Good morning. So my take is simple. The other one of our
take on which of the stories?
The story that said that Wike is not a member of PDP.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. If you look at everything that's happening, so even though it's more picking of 10 years, you know, that Wike, they just planted Wike there so that PDP will collapse, so that during 2027 come election, PDP will not have a strong team or whatever to challenge the current government now, our president. So he's not a member of PDP.
Okay.
Nothing concerning PDP.
All right.
To make sure that PDP dies completely. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. So you are agreeing with Ewo that says Wike is not a member of the PDP. Hello?
Good morning. My name is Nancy. I'm calling from Port Harcourt.
Good morning, Nancy. Go on.
Yeah, all our good fathers in the studio. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Well, I want to totally agree with CY Donjuma on what he said. I think it's the right time for citizens to defend themselves. Since the federal government and our state government have failed us, I think it's the right time for us to defend ourselves. That is my state. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much for calling in and going straight to the point. Hello. Good morning.
Good morning, Fortuna Oputu.
You're welcome.
Yeah, Frank calling from D-Line.
Frank, go
I
on.
guess to the student. Yeah.
Morning.
Let me react on the comment. Made by Onam Robinson saying that FCT meter is like more in PDP. I disagree with him. You are talking about who is Mo. They are the ones that formed APC in 2015. He was the lawmaker representing Aguda East Constituency 2 under the Amechi administration. Then they formed APC and they handed over power to APC. And it's difficult for us to take over power from APC. He's not speaking because it's difficult now for him to stand as he said he's the party chairman in the state. He's no longer party chairman. The party chairman we know is Chukwemeka Aaron. Then for the comment of Jigawa State Governor, it has gotten to that level that every individual should protect himself because the killing is too much. So he's not say it has not gotten to that. He has gotten to that.
All right.
Thank you and God bless you.
All right, Frank. Thank you very much. Hello. Good morning.
Hello. Good morning.
You're welcome.
This is Edati calling from Momoy.
Okay.
I greet each and every one of my brothers and you too, be my sister. God bless you all.
Thank you.
But the coming back of President Tinubu, what are we going to get from him? A man that travels while his house is on fire?
Hello?
Take his own money, give him all the money he needs, and give him years upon years. Someone that does not have a brain of governance does not have a brain of governance. Still, concerning by harming yourself, you know that we have IPOV that over there try to protect people. So it's not that everybody will have a gun. The governors should have men that have the heart to protect their places and arm them and do what they need to go to the bush and the forest to secure the citizens.
Okay.
It's not that in my one or in my two we have their gun of their own self. Do you want the government to come after them or license? No. They should get the men that have the heart to destroy the people, to trying to destroy. They are terrorists. And we know their plans. And the governors in the know what they stand for. They know their agitation and their ideology.
All right. Thank you very much. You're saying that this personal protection, it shouldn't just be personal, really. It has to be collective. Another Faustina will have a gun, and then another person will have a gun. It can just be collective. Hello. Good morning.
Hello.
You're welcome.
Hi, my dear. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning.
Yeah, we can hear you. Good morning. Yeah.
It's me, Let me personally greet. I've not seen him in life, in real life, but I love him so much. Mr. Jimenez.
He can hear you. Go on.
I think I really want to know him. Let me make my own point. Calling for all the people to protect themselves. I think it's a good call from Danjuma. If I might suggest this to the Nigerian government, I think they should allow our boss to handle this Boko Haram and leave army. And let them leave army. Let them handle these are our boys. They can handle Boko Haram.
Which boys?
We have boys. We have some boys. Handle Boko Haram. Handle them.
Okay.
They should leave this army because everything is politics. They want to finish us, but they will not allow that to happen.
All right, thank you. You said leave it to the boys. The boys can do that. You probably know the boys, and maybe you're among the boys as well. The army, you're talking politics in the army as well. So what's the guarantee that when you set up the boys, politics won't, come in and play its role? Hello, good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Faustina and the rest guests in the studio. Okay, my good morning, especially happy Easter to you all. Faustina, why Danjuma call? Defend yourself. I remember when you made this call during the Buhari administration. They said his word is that they collude, the military collude with bandits and kill innocent people. He cried over it. And today, Tinubu is in government. He's still making the same comment. But the issue now is that why is it that government or people of Nigeria has now resorted back to what Mazina and the Kano has been crying since 2010? We should have been asking that man, how did you get information? Somebody that was in UK, he know intelligence about this thing that is happening today. How many years later? 2010 till today, it's how many years? Right. This young man was crying on radio, telling Nigerians what is coming. Is the reason why he's still in detention today. Government of Nigeria don't want to release him. Right. But they will pay Igbos to go when time comes. What is coming now is just little. I think they are crying for defense. Defend yourself. His time is coming. Everybody will run his scatter. The boys are ready. They are not looking faces or whoever is
so I mean, you're the second person talking about boys now, and I'm a little worried. Boys, is there a gathering of boys? Is there a memo that I haven't seen of boys doing things? Anyways, let's read some comments on Facebook. From the General Post, let's take some comments. Lorenzo Delight says, lawyers calling on ECOWAS to sanction NAS over Rivers' emergency rule won't change anything. They should work on both parties to align and reach a peaceful agreement. Forming coalition is part of democracy, but anyone formed by Atiku won't unseat Tinubu come 2027. Mark C. Mark says, this boy who faced Peter Obi's convoy is making news seriously. It's like, I'll try same come 2027. How do you see it? Okay, try now. Joel says, if lawyers calling for ECOWAS to sanction NAS over Rivers' emergency rule, we're also calling ECOWAS to tell NBA to refund our $300 million. We want to use it for renovation of dilapidated classes at Abua, Omoko, Eche, and Odagwa. If our suspended governor for Bryce Father Christmas is still far. Any coalition formed article is dead on arrival. Choma Kingsley Waller says, Olayinka says Falana is only making noise on television. His son title was an afterthought. This is very correct and laughable. This one, Chukudi Igbanugo says, good morning, presenter. Wike is APC's mole, not one of us. I want to tell Rivers PDP factional chair, good morning. is it now they woke up and realized themselves they allowed Wike to destroy PDP before they realized themselves it is already too late because PDP is almost dead thanks to Wike. Okay, so let me move on to the opinion poll post and take a few comments as well. Lorenzo Delight, considering how we behave here in Nigeria, self-defense will very disastrous unless they will permit it only in those herdsmen, bandit ravaged states because the killing there is unbearable. Security agencies and governments are working or isn't doing anything to end it. The return of Mr. President is a good one, but the killings will stop when government and military cabals fish out those sabotaging every effort to win this war against insurgency, herdsmen and banditry. John Africa Chris says, good morning. Self-defense is the only way out. Every individual and family should always be ready to defend themselves because the government has nothing to offer. President Tinubu's return has nothing to do to stop the killings because this administration lacks ideas on what to do to confront the situation. Christopher Contin says, good morning. Kelly and the guest. Okay, it's Faustina and the guest today. Self-defense doesn't need a rethink because government has failed the people of Plateau and Benue states and other parts of Nigeria completely. As for Tinubu's return, it won't change anything because it has been happening even before he traveled and he has been looking away. It's just unfortunate how we got here. My regards to Dr. Chinwo, my mentor. Oh, okay, it's your mentor. Nice. Enyebi Mbila says, Mr. Governor, until all Nigerians apart from your family die, that is only when you will know we have gotten to that. Okay, let me move on. Take one more call. Hello? Hello?
Hello, Faustina.
Yes, good morning. Tony Hosfall, go on.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, a man's worth is not measured in terms of wealth, in terms of convenience, but in terms of war, in terms of distress. That is Martin Luther King. I'm a quote. Look, I'm making this quote, to what they say. The president coming back home will change anything. It will never change anything. Just as some most of your analysts have said, it won't change anything because positively in terms of positive effect. Now look at during the war, Clement Essong, the second governor of CBN, become so popular because he took up mantle during the war.
All right, sorry.
Because Madam that was the first decision. He couldn't make him much impact.
Okay, thank you, Tony. Thank you very much. That's the last call I'll take on the show. Let's read just a few messages. Beginning with the WhatsApp portal, Faustina and the guest, good morning. Elder Felix from Elime. Talking about the return of Mr. President from France, my question is that what's the way forward looking at the continuous killing of Nigerians, most especially in Benue and Plateau states? Mr. President, stop the killing and the hunger, please. Okay. Thank you very much. And this one says, good morning, Faustina. APC are not worried about their victory come 2027, yet they can't allow any peaceful protests kill through the imposed state of emergency and suspended a democratically elected governor of a state without allowing democratic impeachment procedure to scale through. They are not worried yet. Tax reform bill issued by president is yet to scale through. Fortunately, you're aware of 10 billion naira for solar in Aso Villa. This country is a joke. DK texting. Nigeria, certainly not a joke. President Tinubu, you're highly welcome to your own motherland that you are continuously impoverishing. Now, Mr. President, please roll up your sleeves and head to Plateau State and also remove Mr. Sole Administrator from River State. Okay, you're welcome to Nigeria for the true working visit. From the true working visit. Brightner from Woji. Okay, so you... Anyways. Good morning, Faustina and members. Okay, let me just get maybe about a few messages from the SMS portal and then we're done. Okay. Hi, Faustina. There is nothing cheering about the news of Tinubu's return, having failed to live up to his responsibility as a father by staying abroad and watched hundreds of citizens being slaughtered. Holding meetings with service chiefs cannot be enough. Rather, let him declare state of emergency in Benue, Plateau states, Edo, and other states in crisis to justify his actions in River State. For Wike, when a man assumes a larger-than-life poacher, arrogating all mighty power to himself, he should remember he is a mere mortal, and that a day of reckoning must come. Awa, thank you, Awa. And then the last one that I will take, unfortunately, apologies for not taking the rest. Good morning. We never reach the level of insecurity where, okay, citizens go begin defend themselves. I agree. Maybe until there's no person, no property, and no farmland to protect them, they will reach the level. Kelly, remember Anambra when Peter Obi was governor, Abia State and Rivers State now. How these governors fight for the insecurity beset in the state. I asked, what are the northern governors doing? Innocent Child texting. Thank you, Innocent Child. Apologies, that's all I can take of the messages that you have sent, but we need to close now, so I've got to say thank you to Living Gifting Jamala Esquire, private legal practitioner. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you, Faustina, and thank you to the FM.
Okay, Dr. C.A.J. Chinwo, legal practitioner, author, public affairs analyst, living in Nigeria, left already, was here. Thank you so much for coming on the show. And there is also Wardi Chimene Esquire, legal advisor to the Federal Commissioner to Mr. President on Christian Pilgrimage, South Zone, a journalist and a voice for our people of Obiapo. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. And Manki Tanin Adubabari Esquire, solicitor and advocate of the Supreme Court of Nigeria, social political analyst, mental shift coach. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nigerians. Let's rise up and do the needful.
Okay, Alhaji Nasser Awelebe Owo, River State Islamic leader, Vice President General, River State Council for Islamic Affairs, Chairman, Association of South Muslim Ummah of Nigeria, and veteran journalist. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please, Mr. President, go after the sponsors of insecurity. Thank you.
All right, and to our very own in-house analyst, Mr. Emmanuel Ndukwe. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Faustina. Thank you, Nigerians.
Okay, so that's our show for today. Hopefully Kelly will be here tomorrow. And this is me making way for Queen Chima for entertainment today. My name is Faustina Oputu. Thank you so much for doing this with us.
What do you love listening to? What's your style? What's your choice? What do you yearn for? So we've got great talk, amazing conversations, entertainment, sports, and lifestyle. So tune in to Today95.1 FM Port Harcourt, because we are the voice of the people. The voice of the people.
She calling me a bonafide bona. She never seen a snake danger. Never been with an African soldier. She pray me I never friends over. She say give me that vibe. I get body from me for like I'm bona.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
After Oxygen, entertainment has to be the next best thing.
Because every chapter is unexpected.
At Today 95.1 FM, we know we entertain better, so we do it.
Life is too short to overthink your overthinking. So join us at 11:30 a.m. every weekday.
Let's give you a taste of sugar, spice, and everything nice.
Entertainment Today.
The ultimate entertainment extravaganza.
Welcome to Entertainment Today on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. Very beautiful morning to you. Tuesday, April 22nd, 2025, 11:35 a.m. I am Queen Chidman. All right, we'll begin with stories on the foreign scene, from the news to some of the stories making the rounds here in the country. Entertainment Today comes your way Monday to Friday, 11:30 to 12. Well, Kanye West reveals he used to give his cousin oral sex in a new song. In another shocking post, 24-time Grammy-winning hip-hop icon Kanye West has revealed he used to give his cousin oral sex. West made this revelation in a post on his X account, where he announced a new song titled Cousins was about his cousin who was serving life in prison after killing a pregnant woman a few years after he told him they wouldn't look at Dirty magazine together anymore. Kanye West further revealed that the Dirty magazine was his father's old Playboy magazine he saw when he was sick, and he and his cousin acted it out till he was 14. According to him, his revelation in a post on his X account where he announced a new song titled Cousins was about his cousin who was serving life in prison after killing a pregnant woman a few years after he told him they wouldn't look at Dirty magazine together anymore. Kanye West further revealed that the Dirty magazine was his father's old Playboy magazine he saw when he was sick, and he and his cousin acted it out till he was 14. This song is called Cousins, about my cousin that locked in jail for life for killing a pregnant lady a few years after I told him we wouldn't look at Dirty magazines together anymore. Perhaps in my self-centered mess, I felt it was my fault that I showed him those Dirty magazines when he was 6, and then we acted out what we saw. My dad had Playboy magazines, but the magazines I found in the top of my mom's closet were different. My name is Ye, and I took my cousin's penis till I was 14. Well, still on the news, where the sister of James Lee Williams, better known as the Vivienne, says her family only learned of the drag performer's battle with ketamine addiction after watching Drag Race UK. In an interview with BBC Newsnight channel, Williams, 35, says James had kept the struggle, including being hospitalized because of the drug, a secret from the family to protect them. The 32-year-old died in January, with the family later announcing the cause of death as a cardiac arrest caused by taking ketamine. A channel says her brother had a really long period of sobriety before relapsing, something she says the family only discovered after James' death. Well, the Vivienne was praised for speaking openly about ketamine abuse and the struggle of becoming sober while appearing on Drag Race UK, which aired in 2019. Chanel is now hoping to continue that legacy by campaigning to encourage people to talk openly about substance abuse. She believes the stigma around addiction and her brother's successful career on stage and TV meant James didn't seek professional help. He was at the height of everything he was doing, and I think because he had said it in such an open platform, it's really difficult to come back and see you're struggling again. Chanel says she's concerned about the rise of in young people taking ketamine, which she believes is in part because the drug is cheap and easily accessible. James' body was found in Charlton by Backford near Chester on the 5th of January. Police confirmed there were no suspicious circumstances surrounding the death, and a post-mortem examination revealed an unnatural cause of death. A full inquest is scheduled for June 30, but in March, the family told BBC News that the star died from cardiac arrest caused by the effects of taking ketamine. Since making the announcement, they've been working with substance abuse charity Adfarad to raise awareness and tackle stigma around the drug, something Chanel says is an important step in those facing addiction. Chanel and her family are also campaigning for the government to reclassify ketamine from its current status as a Class B drug to Class A, which would put it in the same category as heroin and cocaine. There's a portion of younger people that maybe look at that classification and think it's less harmful than other drugs, she says. But it's not just about reclassification. It needs to include education, police, health. To really raise awareness, we need a strategy around drug usage and drug death in the UK.
We have been through is the most heartbreaking thing. To lose my brother, to see my parents go through the battle that they are going through, to lose their son. My daughters lost their uncle, and if I can help one family to not feel what we are feeling, then it's all worth it. It was so difficult to share the information around how he'd passed away, but we talked as a family about what we can do. The Vivienne left a legacy as a trailblazing icon, and this is, I feel, is James's legacy to help other people, and I know that he would want us to turn this into something more positive that can get the message out there, that we can make changes and we can get people to listen. So I feel like that's the legacy that James will leave behind.
While a full inquest is scheduled for June 30, the family had earlier reported that Vivienne passed from cardiac arrest. Well, Gary Lineker has said he believes that the BBC wanted him to leave much of the day as he was negotiating a new contract last year. The presenter and the BBC jointly announced in November that he would be stepping down from the flagship football programme, although he will still host World Cup and FA Cup coverage. Asked by BBC Amor Rajan how he would choose to leave given his successful tenure, Lineker said, well, perhaps they want me to leave believe there was the sense of that. The BBC didn't comment on that suggestion, but at the time Lineker's exit was announced, the corporation's director of sports described him as a world-class presenter. However, the BBC noted in the same statement that Match of the Day continually evolves for changing viewing habits. The new trio of presenters, Kelly Cates, Mark Chapman and Gabby Logan, were announced in January.
It's time. I think, I've done it for a long time. It's been brilliant. It's been great.
You don't need to leave. The show's doing well. It's rating well. You're up for it. You enjoy it. You're good at it.
Well, perhaps they want me to leave.
Is that a sense you've got?
There was a sense of that, yeah.
But would you have stayed if you could have stayed? Would you have liked to have stayed?
No, I always wanted one more contract. I think it was their preference that I didn't do Match of the Day for one more year, so they could bring in new people. So it's slightly unusual that I would do the FA Cup and the World Cup, but to be honest, it's a scenario that suits me perfectly.
While reflecting on his departure from Match of the Day, Lineker told Rajan, "It's time. I've done it for a long time. It's been brilliant." However, asked why he would want to leave when the ratings were still high and it was a job Lineker still enjoyed, the former footballer said he had the sense the BBC had wanted him to step down. But he continued the matter of how long to sign for was complicated by the cycle of broadcasting rights for matches. "I think it was their preference that I didn't do the Match of the Day for one more year so they could bring in new people. So it's slightly unusual that I would do the FA Cup and the World Cup, but to be honest, it's a scenario that suits me perfectly." Lineker added that he was pleased his football podcast had been picked up by BBC Sounds as part of a deal with the corporation. Well, in Nigeria, where legendary musician evangelist Ebenezer Obey Fabiyi has shut down swirling rumors of his death, declaring that he is very much alive, healthy, and in high spirit. In a video released on Tuesday morning, today, the 83-year-old icon appeared energetic and vibrant, countering the false reports with a musical performance. Singing in a blend of Yoruba, English, and Pidgin, Obey Fabiyi sang, "Hello, my name is Professor Ebenezer Obey Fabiyi. Satan, you don't lose, oh, Satan, you don't lose, oh, you don't pafuka. Na lie, you did talk, you don't bafuka." Well, he followed the performance with a statement to his fans and the public, saying it is fake news that started a few hours ago, claiming that I, Evangelist Obey, have passed on to glory. It's a lie. I am alive, and that is not the word Jesus has written. The death rumor, which surfaced on Monday, quickly gained traction online and prompted an outpouring of premature tributes from fans. However, his personal assistant, Obe Olukole, dismissed the claims in an interview with TVC later that evening. "Let's set the record straight," she says. "Ebenezer Obey Fabiyi is alive and thriving. He recently celebrated a joyous occasion, the 50th birthday of his second child's spouse," Olukole said. "Rumors of his passing are baseless and entirely unfounded. We're glad to see him active and well." Well, the Hawks comes just weeks after the music legend celebrated his 83rd birthday. And lastly on the news, where renowned rapper Ice Prince has hailed M.I. Abaga as his mentor, crediting him for teaching him the art of rap and shaping his music career. In a recent interview with ESBU on Curiosity Made Me Ask, Ice Prince spoke about his rap skills, attributing his lyrical strength and confidence to years of training under M.I.'s guidance. He described M.I. as a big brother and mentor who equipped him with the knowledge and discipline needed to excel in the industry, adding that such a foundation makes it impossible for him to deliver whack verses. Ice Prince rose to fame in 2011 with the release of Oleku, a hit track from his debut album, and has since continued to make waves with chart-topping singles and collaborations with top artists. He said, "I can rap on any beat with anybody, any rapper, and I will stand out. I'm not going to have a whack verse on a song," he said. "I am not saying other rappers cannot rap or do their thing, but it can't be said that I'm whack. I was brought up by the best." Shout out to M.I. Abaga. "I rapped with M.I. for years. That's my big brother. He taught me how to do this, and he taught me well." Well, that's all on the news. We will return with conversations around Spyro saying that he thought collaborations with Davido and Mayukun was going to give him the recognition that he wanted. Also, P-Square had hinted that now one of them, Peter Okoye, says that fans are sort of responsible for their split. He said this, and we'll get into all of this conversation on Entertainment Today and many more to come this morning. Just stay with us.
I let the water touch my knee. Can't let these people get to me. I know you know I never drink. I'm mixing with that energy. I need my enemies disease. I know they wanna find a crease. God they see in me. Hallelujah. Give me the walk, but it's heavy on my palms. I watch my walk, cause it's heavy on your heart. You hit my line, but I'm talking to my mom. And when it's time, I'll be talking to the God. Any money day, that is where I'm at. Any ID, I did play my part. You did go my me, don't you me fall. No, they throw back. Any money day, that is where I'm at. Any ID, I did play my part. You did go me, don't you me fall.
I go dance for you, Michael Jackson. Mama always says, son, have mercy on me. The angels never forsake me. Hallelujah, my education used to play my part. Sometimes I pray and fast, 7 days and nights, forever they lie. Son of Amdallah. Well, yeah, you know I was a rock star. Play them Kiga, come on, look good down. Lord, love, see my first fire. Don't get through my vibes. Any money day, that is where I'm at. Any ID, I did play my part. If you go my me, Lord, you me fall. No, they throw bad vibes. Any money day, that is where I'm at. Any ID, I did play my part. If you go my me, Lord, you me fall.
I'm leading a life that can clean me from my passion. Burn out this money and live it in my ashes. The Lord is blessing, I'll see if I can match it. There's something's coming, I see it in my lashes. Never stop when the red light flashes.
Now, veteran Nollywood actress Joke Silva has revealed how her parents reacted when she brought husband Olu Jacobs home for marriage in 1984. Well, the couple, who are both veterans of the Nollywood industry, got married about 40 years ago in 1985. Joke Silva spoke about the reception Olu Jacobs received from her family ahead of their wedding, while featuring on a recent episode of Real Estate Magnate Dr. Stephen Akintayo's Leadership Podcast. Well, she revealed that the nearly 20-year age gap between them posed an issue with her father, but not so much with her mother. Joke Silva is 62, Olu Jacobs is 82. The veteran actress explained that while her father was initially against them getting married because of the huge age gap, her mother immediately supported it, owing to having a similar experience with her own parents. Dr. Akintayo asked, "You got married in 1985 at 24, so your husband was 20 years older than you. Why did you accept?" Joke Silva replied, "I was in love with him, as simple as that, and he was such a very gorgeous person. I remember one of my sisters telling me in 1984 when I came to Nigeria Nigeria with him, and they met. She called me aside and said, Joke, this is the man to take to daddy. Well, initially, my dad had issues with the fact that he, Olu Jacobs, was older, but my mom was like, well, this is the person they know me with. And then her parents had that kind of age gap as well, so she agreed for us to get married. Well, Joke Silva had earlier celebrated her husband's 82nd birthday, and a number of people have been talking about the show of love, even in his ill state, and still conversations around getting married to a woman who would take care of you at old age, a woman who would always be there for you. It just was a conversation around the internet when the news about his ill health, Olu Jacobs, broke out. Well, Spyro says, I thought my collaborations with Davido and Mayokun would give me a career boost. Well, he has shared a heartfelt account of his struggles in the music industry, revealing that after collaborating with music stars Davido and Mayokun, expected a career setback. Well, speaking during an interview on Hip TV's Trending, Spyro said he believed his breakthrough had arrived when the song featuring Davido and Mayokun became popular. Well, however, he said that when his song gained traction, he was suddenly forgotten and his former collaborators became unreachable. Well, he said, I had a song back then and I had Davido and Mayokun on it. I thought my life was about to change. He recalled, the song came out and it was big, but suddenly everything went back down. They stopped picking up my calls. I'd sit on the staircase and cry. Well, Spyro described the experience as emotionally devastating, admitting there were moments he felt abandoned by those he once worked closely with. He also took a swipe at some gospel artists, accusing them of prioritizing money over genuine faith. He, however, commended singer Thames for her consistency and strength, calling her a powerful role model for young women in the music industry. She's really talented and has remained true to herself. That's the kind of example we need, he added. Well, he says people who claim to be gospel ministers are just artists. They are just in the business to make money. They are just like us in the Afrobeats industry. Then there's a lot of pressure on female artists. Thames is holding out decently, one of the biggest in the world. She has it together. We should put Thames out there for the world to see, for our girls to look up to as role models, he said. Well, Peter Okoye, Afrobeat singer and one half of the defunct singing twins P-Square, has blamed fans for the group's breakup. Well, P-Square first broke up in 2017 after years of internal conflicts and public feud over management, finances, and creative direction. Well, Jude Okoye, the twins' elder brother who owned a significant share of their company, P Classic label, also got dragged into the messy breakup. Well, however, speaking during the A1 Day together today, two brothers, they do one thing, una they talk say one better past one. You can't enter one head, you begin misbehave. If una like make una day go house, I no send una. Well, how the brothers were together as P-Square, the group had huge commercial success, which saw them selling out stadiums across Africa. Well, formed in 1997, the group rose to fame with hits like Ino Easy, Busybody, and Personally. Well, earlier in February, Paul blamed Peter for their Jude's legal issues. The singer addressed the press after Jude's bail hearing, stressing that his twin was the cause of the ongoing issues. Well, he said the truth is, reports are making it look like Jude is a fraud. Well, let's call a spade a spade. Peter is the one putting Jude through this. Peter is doing this and putting him in prison. I'm here to bring him out. I don't deny that Peter is my brother. That has nothing to do with it. If they say Jude is guilty of these crimes, then Peter is guilty and Paul is guilty. Well, a controversial Nigerian singer Portable has expressed a desire for a music collaboration with Grammy-winning artist Burna Boy, stating that he would have preferred a feature over the 20 million cash gift he received from the superstar. And remember that over the weekend, Portable revealed that Burna Boy gifted him the hefty sum following his victory in a celebrity boxing match against fellow entertainer Speed Darlington. And now he says, I would have preferred a collaboration. Well, taking to Instagram, the Tony Montana crooner praised Burna Boy for his generosity but voiced his disappointment over the lack of communication since the gesture. He said the African giant hasn't responded to his direct messages, doesn't pick his calls, and is not following him on Instagram. Well, shout out to Burna Boy. Some people want to wash my brain with advice. This man gingered my brain with a 20 million naira, Portable said. However, the person who gave me 20 million naira has never replied to me on Instagram. I don't have his number and he doesn't pick up my calls. I chatted him up, but he didn't reply. Burna Boy, you gave me 20 million naira, but you didn't reply to me. Give me a feature. Why are you stingy about replying to messages? He isn't following me on Instagram, but he gave me money. He's my helper, but should feature me instead because the 20 million naira can finish in a day. If I collaborate with the person who gave me 20 million naira, I will go viral. Now, why some people thought the money was intentionally given to spite Speed Darlington, remember earlier this year, late last year up until this year, Speed Darlington and Burna Boy have been in the feud that led to court cases, arrests, and all. Some people calling Burna Boy to release Speed Darlington. It was a two-time issue, and while Speed Darlington was released, he kept making passes at Burna Boy through his words. Now, he had insinuated that Burna Boy had won his Grammy Award because he was somehow involved with Diddy and speculations about oil, baby oil, and all of that. So probably some people think the 20 million naira was really targeted at spiting Speed Darlington, whom Burna Boy has had issues with. But now Portable is asking for a collaboration with Burna Boy, says is going to make him go viral. Isn't he viral already? Isn't he popular enough? Maybe for the bad things and the good things sometimes. But then, what do you think? A collaboration? Well, let's keep our fingers crossed. Let's see if that would ever happen. Especially as he says he doesn't even take my calls, replies to my messages, or even is following me on social media. Well, thank you so much for tuning in to Entertainment Today on Today 95.1 FM. I'm Queen Chima. Good morning.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
The simplified members of Ward 9, Bieri, in Kana local government area wishes to reassure His Excellency, the Governor of Rivers State, Sir Siminalayi Fubara, GSSR, of our continuous love and support. Sir, the times may be tough, but your outstanding achievements and efforts to take our dear state and Kana local government area to a greater height can never be overemphasized. Your works in office, impactful and numerous people-oriented projects and policies speak for themselves, and that you've kept the people at the center of your governance is the reason why Rivers people are solidly behind you. We urge you not to be deterred or discouraged by anybody attempting to soil the good works you've done, as the storm is only for a short period of time. We will continuously support you and the government of Rivers State under your leadership to succeed. Signed, Te LGA Kosi, Honorable Roland B. Edo, Honorable Double Mebe Barry, Surveyor Andy Wikinanye, Engineer Dekai Richard Kiadun, and Barrister Godwill Barile.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
This is Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News.
Good afternoon. This is the World News on your Premium Talk Radio. Today, 22nd April 2025, on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. I'm Queen Chima. The headlines. President Bola Tinubu plans to meet with service chiefs over rising killings in part of the country. IGP Kayode Egbetokun constitutes a team to investigate alleged assassination claims by Senator Natasha Aboti-Uduaghan. Supporters of suspended Governor of Rivers State Siminalayi Fubara again takes to streets in protest demanding his reinstatement. On the foreign scene, South African Catholics mourned Pope Francis. Now the detail. President Bola Tinubu is planning to meet with the service chiefs to discuss the rising killings in Plateau, Benue and other parts of the country. President Tinubu made his plans known on his return to Abuja from his 2-week working visit to Paris, the French capital. Tinubu returned to Abuja on Monday night after spending 18 days on a working visit and retreat in Paris and London. The Air Force 001 aircraft conveying the president landed at the Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport, Abuja, at 9:50 p.m. on Monday. Since April 2nd, when he travelled, more than 120 locals have been killed by armed assailants and several homes have been burned and 3,000 persons displaced despite the deployment of security forces. President Bola Tinubu has congratulated the Mayor of Ilorin, Alhaji Ibrahim Sulu Gambari, as the revered monarch marks his 85th birthday, April 22nd. The president's goodwill message was conveyed in a statement issued on Tuesday by his special advisor on information and strategy, Bayo Nanuga. Alhaji Sulu Gambari is a former justice of the Court of Appeal and pioneer solicitor general and permanent secretary of the Ministry of Justice in Old Gongola State. The president praised the Emir for his selfless service to the nation, both on the bench and in traditional leadership, commending his unwavering dedication to national development. According to the statement, Tinubu also acknowledged the Emir's contribution to the education sector as Chancellor of Nnamdi Azikiwe University, Awka, and the Federal University of Agriculture, Makurdi. The president also extended warm wishes to the royal family, the Ilorin Emirate, and the people of Kwara State and prayed for the monarch's continued well-being and impactful reign. The Civil Society Legislative Advocacy Center, CISLAC, has called for collective action to end the senseless killings of innocent citizens across the country. In a statement by its executive director, Awal Musa, the group described the killings as traumatic. It also described as troubling the worsening insecurity despite considerable resources allocated to security. CISLAC, while confirming the politicization of killings, described the situation as unacceptable. Moving on, where the federal government has announced full closure of the Ijora Bridge in Lagos starting from April 27 for critical repair works. The Federal Controller of Works Lagos, Olukorode Kesha, made this known during an inspection of the bridge on Monday. She said the bridge connecting Ijora Causeway to Apapa needed comprehensive repairs, especially replacement of defective bearings beneath the deck. Kesha emphasized the importance of the Ijora Bridge as a major route leading to Apapa, home to two of Nigeria's busiest ports, Tinkan and Apapa ports. She acknowledged the disruption the closure would cause, but said that it was necessary for the safety of commuters and to prevent further deterioration. She said that to manage expected gridlock, motorists approaching from Ijora would be redirected through the 7-up roundabout to reconnect to Apapa, and that heavy-duty vehicles would be diverted via Coston through Igamu to access Apapa. Kesha reassured the public that the Federal Ministry of Works had carefully planned the diversion routes and did not anticipate major issues. She appealed to road users for understanding and cooperation. The Inspector General of Police, IGP Kayode Betokun, has constituted a team to investigate the alleged assassination claims by Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan against Senate President Godswill Akpabio. Senator Akpabio had petitioned Betokun demanding investigation and prosecution of the senator over the claims. In the April 3rd petition and copied to the Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice Lateef Fagbemi, Akpabio described the allegations as defamatory and called for legal action to preserve peace and his safety. IGP Betokun, who confirmed that the team is investigating the matter through Force Public Relations Officer ACP Olumuyiwa Adejobi, said he will unravel the truth. You would recall that Senator Akpoti-Uduaghan had, while addressing her supporters during a homecoming gathering on April 1st, accused Akpabio and former Kogi State Governor Yahaya Bello of plotting to have her killed. The embattled senator also said she had already reported the matter to the IGP before publicizing the issue. Well, the Nigerian Correctional Service has refuted reports of an alleged bomb explosion at the Medium Security Custodial Center, MSCC, in Maiduguri, describing the claim as false and misleading. In a statement signed by the service's Public Relations Officer, Deputy Controller of Corrections, Umar Abubakar, the NCOS clarified that there was no security breach at the facility or any other custodial center across the country. The NCOS rebuttal followed earlier reports that an explosion occurred at the Maximum Security Custodial Center, MSCC, in Maiduguri. The blast was said to have sparked a fire in the solitary confinement cell of Charles Oka, a high-profile inmate. Accounts from within the facility had alleged that object, possibly an explosive device, was thrown into Oka's cell through the window bars, with smoke reportedly seen rising from the area shortly afterwards. The incident rebuttal comes shortly after Oka authored an open letter to Nigeria's Minister of Interior, Olubunmi Ojo, alleging systemic corruption within the Maiduguri custodial centers. The national chairman of the All Progressives Congress APC, Abdullahi Ganduje, has hinted that the ruling party is working closely with the National Assembly to ensure that Nigerians in the diaspora vote during elections. Ganduje made this disclosure while unveiling a new executive committee for the France chapter of the party in Paris. In a statement by his chief press secretary, Edwin Olufu, Ganduje noted that the party would collaborate with other relevant agencies to ensure full political inclusion for Nigerians living abroad. Ganduje, former governor of Kano State, further assured that the APC in Nigeria was growing stronger, stressing that its stability had triggered a wave of defections from opposition parties ahead of the 2027 elections. The APC national chairman also expressed optimism that the party and Nigerians will return President Bola Tinubu for a second term in 2027. Well, you're listening to the World News on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. After the break, more news, foreign and sports stories. Do stay with us.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Well, thank you so much for staying with us. Now the rest of our stories. Hundreds of supporters of the suspended governor of Rivers State, Siminalayi Fubara, has again taken to the street in protest demanding his reinstatement. The protesters, who wore black attires bearing placards with inscriptions such as "Together we stand for Governor Sim Fubara. We want back our governor. We all voted for. Governor Fubara isn't the pride of Rivers people." The protesters kicked off the march from Agri Road, Old Port Harcourt Township. This is the latest in a series of anti- and pro-protests that have rocked the state since March 18, when President Bola Tinubu declared a state of emergency in the state and suspended Fubara, his deputy, Professor Ngozi Odu, and members of the state's House of Assembly. Samuel Ugochukwu Onuchukwe has been declared as the national president of National Union of Ikori Students, NUIS, worldwide. Gochukwu Onuchukwe was declared president of the students group after scoring highest votes from the election held in Port Harcourt. Speaking at Today FM premises, the newly elected president of the National Union of Ikori Students, Samuel Ugochukwu Onuchukwe, assured that his administration will run all-inclusive government. He promised to make the welfare of the students of the four Ikori-speaking language their priority and called for unity and cooperation amongst the students.
I'm here to reassure Ikori students that already they have seen what I have done. I'm not here to tell you that I will do this, I will do that. I have done several programs for Ikori students, and I'm coming to reassure the Ikori students that I will work in synergy with the Kelga, Falga, Obiapo, and Emoga national presidents in synergy and run an inclusive government. And I'm reassuring Ikori students that come next semester, through the help of the chapter president of Ikori students, we'll be paying school fees to 30 members of Ikori students.
One of the presidential aspirants of the union who lost in the election, Chimaroke Emmanuel, pledged to work with the NUIS president, Samuel Ugochukwu Onuchukwe, for the best interests of the students group.
Onuchukwu Samuel, the president-elect of National Union of Ikori Students worldwide, on his emergence as the newest national president-elect. And we are assuring you that we work together with you and make sure we move News to a better place.
Some other Ikori students leaders, including the president of Kelga students, Kelvin Goodluck, his counterpart from Falga, Godpa Amesi, and Obiabo Aso Promise, as well as representative of Imoha local government area, commended the credible electoral process and pledged to support the newly elected newest president.
The newly elected president of Ikore students, in the person of Comrade Onuchukwu Samuel and his led ESCOs, I want to assure him that as the chairman of the Rivers State National President Forum and the Obiakpo Student National President, that we would work in synergy to ensure that we take Ikore High to greater height. And we also want to call on all Ikore students to please support this mandate, because it's a mandate of truth, a mandate of transparency, and a mandate of integrity.
Our brand new Rivers National President, in the person of Samuel Onuchukwu, emerging the victorious in today's election, to assure him of my support alongside with the entire Kega students throughout his government.
Samuel Onuchukwu as the newly elected National Union of Ikore students for his newly elected position as the #1 student of National Union of Ikore students. I have witnessed election free and fair today, that the people that has voted is happy for the emergence of their new president.
On behalf of Emoga students, Samuel Onuchukwu, on your victorious emergence today.
And on the foreign scene, Catholics in South Africa have been mourning and paying tribute to Pope Francis, who died early on Monday morning. Archbishop Stephen Breslin said Francis has touched people in a very special way, saying that throughout the world, but particularly in Africa, they feel that they were very close to Pope Francis and feel that he loved them very well. At the altar of the Cathedral, Christ the King Francis' portrait was flanked by flowers and candles. The Vatican said the 88-year-old Francis suffered a stroke which led to a coma and his heart to fail as he recovered from a 5-week hospitalization for double pneumonia. He noted that Pope Francis came a day after he turned out to bless thousands of people in St. Peter's Square on the occasion of Easter Sunday, drawing wild cheers and applause. Before his death, Pope Francis met U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance. Well, still on the foreign scene, the United Nations has expressed concerns over the deteriorating security in Haiti and the magnitude of the violence that has sown panic among the Haitian population. The Special Representative of Haiti, Maria Salvador, told the Security Council that stepping up international support for Haiti is more critical than ever and urged member states to support the 2025 humanitarian response plan. Salvador commended Kenya's steadfast leadership and thanked all contributing member states. Well, Salvador, while insisting that Haiti's humanitarian crisis has reached critical levels, added that all member states must increase support to Haiti's security forces, particularly the multinational security support mission, not as a matter of choice, but of necessity, as no viable alternative remains. The Kenya's advisor told the president that an urgent expansion of the MSS personnel is essential in order to deliver the intended impact and meet the legitimate high expectations of Haitian people. Well, to end the news, here is a summary of the major stories. President Bola Tinubu has concluded plans to meet with the service chiefs over the rising killings in part of the country. IGP Kayode Betrukun has constituted a team to investigate the alleged assassination claims by Senator Natasha Apotu-Duang. We told you that some supporters of suspended Governor of River State, Siminala Ifubara, have again taken to the streets in protest, demanding for the reinstatement of the governor. On the foreign scene, you also heard that South African Catholics mourns Pope Francis. That was the news is edited by Uchendu Ijo. For comments and inquiries, please call 0818-389-2850 or send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. You can also read our stories on www.todayfmlive.com. My name is Queen Chima. Thank you so much for listening. Good afternoon.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Please listen to this paid infomercial.
Herbal Heritage International, the Kokoroko, for herbal medicine, when they produce strong, correct medicine, they take it, they support with country healthcare system. Countryman, correct, holistic, ogbonge herbal medicine, they know they come out for public anyhow, like a big basket. Full ground, as every Christmas, have been boundary. Seeking a self sabi medicine, we pass them. After all, monkey smart now, because tree near tree is our forest. Heritage International will use the technology of computer testing machine to see and know before attacking that your health condition. We don't become Obaruba for your life with the correct treatment. Therefore, whether definition or without definition, make you visit Herbal Heritage International. Offices way near you. Herbal Heritage International. Now
Hello and welcome to the program Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Root and sponsored by Herbal Heritage International, also known as Baba Yoruba. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special promo package. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts at number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. Number Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. And at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at the venue. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080 33 111 946. I repeat, 080 33 111 946. 080 33 111 946. On today's edition of the program, our topic for discussion is staphylococcal infection. And I have with me in the studio Dr. Otumba Abiodun. Sir, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Staphylococcal infections do occur in the body system when Staphylococcus bacteria enters into the body system and spread within the body system, destroying body cells. Staphylococcus bacteria are majorly of 3 types that can afflict men. But of these 3, the most pathogenic in nature, that is the one that is capable of causing diseases easily in men, is the Staphylococcus aureus, because it is capable of invading body cells, destroying them, causing different pathological changes in the body. When Staphylococcus bacteria spread in the body system, there are a number of changes that one can experience. This can result to burning sensation within the individual, and this can be seen as fever from time to time, or a situation where there is certain hotness coming from within. There can be skin manifestations in staphylococcal infection that can be given one periodic boils or rashes all over the body. In some people, such rashes can come around the pubic region, or even leading to boils that can lead to blisters or even ulcers on the skin. It is possible for one to experience persistent headache in staphylococcal infection because the body fluid is already contaminated. Staphylococcus, as we know, is a form of bacteria. Any bacteria that is capable of spreading in the body system can lead to reactions in the body that can further damage body tissues. And when this occurs, it is possible for one to experience joint pains in form of infective arthritis. Part of this bacteria can spread deep into the tissues of the heart, affecting the valves of the heart. And when this occurs, you discover that there can be palpitation that some will start witnessing as if they have panic attack. When this is allowed to continue in the body system, it is possible for one to start getting tired easily. There are many people, by walking from one pole to another, they get tired, or by doing just something that is not supposed to be that tasking in terms of energy consumption, they discover that it's as if they don't have enough hair where they are located. All this can be as a result of weakness of the heart, resulting from infection or spread of this bacteria we're talking about. When this bacteria is able to pollute the body fluid, it is possible for one to witness mouth odor. Mouth odor is a form of changes that is called halitosis, where people will start coming up with breath coming from within that is already polluted. There is no amount of time such people wash their mouth, you discover that the breath coming out is very offensive. All this can be as a result of pollution of the body system. It is possible, if any bacteria is able to dwell so long in the body system, to contaminate the whole body fluid and even damage nerves. When nerves are damaged, there can be tiredness. Not only this, it is possible for men to suffer a lot because this can degenerate to a situation where a man is unable to stand like a real man. When a man is unable to stand like a real man, it is seen as a serious challenge because the whole family can be affected. Part of the joy of the relationship can be stolen, and this can cause different rancors in the family. A man that is unable to stand as he should can find it difficult to get arousal. The desire for opposite sex can disappear, and once that arousal is not there, that is the ignition point. It means such a man will not be able to stand like a real man. In some people, the arousal can be there, but you discover that because nerves have been damaged, the transmission circulation from the upper center down to the power point of man, that is in between his two thighs, can be weakened. When such occurs, you discover that such a man can even get arousal or is able to stand, but the type of standing that he has is not strong enough to help him to even get into the act. In some people, they make efforts to get into the act, but you discover that they are unable to spend more than a minute or more before they are exhausted. Mind you, before a man can be called a real man, such a man must be able to have the arousal as desired and also be able to sustain the energy he has been able to gather for a considerable length of time. That is when such a man can be able to make his partner happy when it comes to man-to-woman interaction. So such men do suffer from this from time to time.
It's after knowing the root cause of the challenge that one will be able to know the right step to take for one to be totally free.
Whenever you experience anything that we have been able to mention or other things, it's very important for one to visit a competent healthcare giver who will be able to run tests on one and pinpoint where the problem lies and prefer solution. For more enlightenment and advice, the number to call is 080-33-111-946. I repeat, 080-33-111-946. Thank you all.
All right, you've been listening to the program Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Roots and Herbs is put together and sponsored by Herbal Heritage International, also known as Baba Yoruba. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special promo package. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts at number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. Number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. And at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at the venue. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080 33 111 946. I repeat, 080 33 111 946. 080 33 111 946. I repeat, 080 33 111 946. Let's take our sponsor's message. Don't go away. We shall be right back.
Herbal Heritage International, the Kokoroko, for herbal medicine, when they produce strong, correct medicine, they take it, they support the country healthcare system. Countryman, correct, bakelistic, ogbonge herbal medicine, they know they come out for public anyhow, like a big basket. Food ground, as every Christmas have been boundary. Sickness self sabi medicine will pass them. After all, monkey smart now because tree near tree is a forest. Heritage International go use the technology of computer testing machine to see and know before attacking that your health condition. When don't become Obarugba for your life with the correct treatment. Therefore, whether definition or without definition, make you visit Herbal Heritage International. Offices way near you. Herbal Heritage International. Now
You're welcome back to Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Roots and Herbs is put together and sponsored by Herbal Heritage International, also known as Baba Yoruba. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special promo package. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts at number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. Number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. And at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at the venue. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080 33 111 946. I repeat, 080 33 111 946. 080 33 111 946. Until we come your way again, remain blessed.
And that was a paid infomercial.
Maybe home is somebody's smile when they look at you for the first time. Maybe home is being a home to something you love and adore with all your heart. And that is what life, friendship, and love are all about. Maybe home is listening to all of your favorite shows on Today95.1 FM. We create memories. We inspire comfort. We are the voice of the people, and we are home away from home.
See, ma tell you, that man na ritualist. You don't ever see as that man dressed like normal human being before. Every time na black, blue. That man na ritualist.
Just leave them. Now so those people will come from that place. Now so they behave.
You see this our neighbor. You see that fair guy where they always they carry laptop up and down. If you observe, you know they go work in the morning, but every time you go they change car. But I don't they observe and since.
I know they there.
Now for you.
But me I know say, you know people where they come from that area. Now so all of them they behave. You know get it anybody fit tell me.
What is it with all the hate and the way we talk? Hate speech does no one any good. It only makes a bad situation worse. The aim is to stir more hate and anger rather than bring us together. All they want is to set you against your neighbor or even your brother. Will you let them? Hate speech is not just criminal, it is intended to destroy you. Shun hate speech. No one truly benefits. A message from Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Bunkering is a legal act of smuggling crude oil from pipelines and storage facilities, which poses significant dangers to Nigerian society. This activity has different consequences that affect various aspects of the nation's well-being, and it has consequences such as untimely death, environmental devastation. It fuels insecurity. It also damages our infrastructure, and it also damages our international prestige. You might say, how do we make a living if we stop this illegal activity? Well, as a young individual, you can channel your energy into positive endeavors that can help you generate income and create an adequate future for yourself. These are some ideas to help you generate income. You can go into starting a business. You can also acquire digital skills or gain agricultural knowledge or engage in farming. You can also acquire art and creativity. You talk about technology and innovation. Then, skills and vocational training. Please note that success often requires dedication, consistency, and continuous learning. This message is brought to you by your premium talk radio, Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
The matter never settle. It be what I be get to. Possibility loan ya one lenu. Better recognize. Greatest of all time. No other name they go call mine. I said they shut it up now. Monday, start out. Tuesday, start out. Wednesday, start out. As long as I shut up. And they come with the godfather. Move like an Italian. Have you ever seen a second like one? baby, won't you as you swim shit? Now we there, I don't know why. I know too fast, you solo. I get high, I'm trying to. You know, like me, one of them. I have passage, fan alone. Cause my guys don't follow no. But the skies start falling down. Don't about time. I'm still undone.
Salam alaikum, Habibi. If you're ready, let's go, Habibi. I told you, Habibi. When the money enter, Habibi, I will definitely call you, Habibi. We will go to Dubai soon, Habibi. And I'm out for 100K. And shiny, Habibi. Wallahi, I will spoil you, Habibi. Oh, my baby. Now, which store you want go, Habibi? Hello, Habibi. Salam alaikum, Habibi. If you're ready, let's go, Habibi. I told you, Habibi. When the money enter, Habibi, I will definitely call you, Habibi. We will go to Dubai soon, Habibi. And I'm out for 100K. And shiny, Habibi. Wallahi, I will spoil you, Habibi. Oh, my baby. Now, which store you want go, Habibi? You get it. If you don't get it, forget it. Okay. Spend anything, buy go to your friendly. Okay. Enjoy the money, don't you worry, baby. Okay. You know the money longer like the look to payment. Okay. Mind that they know the shot to talk, I'm begging. Okay. If you want a big diamond, drink a Birkin. Okay. It's because I'm paying you like you that I'm whacking. Okay. Whack, yeah. You shouldn't even stress. If you're gonna press it, press it with a blessing. With the Benjamin's messy, nothing really sexy, whole lot of messy. This is how we living every day in case you guess it. Dirty December, we play away like I'm a time. They don't find me for niggas, but I know then I just still one place to make me sick up for Qatar. Still a lot of go for Saudi and ball for Qatar. Where you saying from? Hello, Habibi. Salam alaikum, Habibi. If you're ready, let's go, Habibi. I told you, Habibi. When the money enter, Habibi, I'll definitely call you, Habibi. We will go to Dubai soon, Habibi. That I'm out for 100K. And shiny, Habibi. Wallahi, I will spoil you, Habibi. Oh, my baby. Now, which store you want go, Habibi? Hello, Habibi. Salam alaikum, Habibi. If you're ready, let's go, Habibi. I told you, Habibi. When the money enter, Habibi, I'll definitely call you, Habibi. We will go to Dubai soon, Habibi. That I'm out for 100K. And shiny, Habibi. Wallahi, I will spoil you, Habibi. Oh, my baby. Now, which store you want go, Habibi?
Like a
Mr. Romantic, kill me. When she see my shotgun, that's foolish. She calling me a bonafide owner. She never seen a slick danger, never been with an African soldier. She pray me can never friend sooner. She say give me that vibe, I forget. Put it from me, all I can do now. I say I'm coming, I'm on my way. I give her like I'm on my way. It's nothing, my core audio. Pull up again is a audio. No silicon, no original, yeah. Love you, baby, yeah. 1 million, nothing to stop it. Love you, baby, she like a movie, spooky. She really unruly. She like a smoothie, juicy. She really bad and booty. I take it easy, quickie. But she want it like a bluefie. It's not romantic, kill me. When she see my shotgun, that's foolish. She know. She calling me a bonafide owner. She never seen a slick danger, never been with an African soldier. She pray me can never friend sooner. She say give me that vibe, I forget. Put it from me, all I can do.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Nah, so. Let's go. Easy, let's go. You don't harass me, don't drag me, cause you see me on benzo. Whip, whip, whip. I know they get and clear, big shoe, Timberland, Versace, and drip, drip, drip. You know they see, say, I go down, also and crypto, give me my grip, grip, grip. Raw. Make I not blow my stage, all my teeth now, grease. They play, I go die for you. I get lean, no cash out, I go lie for you. They play, I go lie for you. I bubble, no cash out, I go lie for you. I'm so steady with the yellow, got a white with the mellow. I'm so steady with the yellow, got a white with the mellow. iPhone for the kids, for the babies, for the kiddo. Yeah, you know they harass me, don't they drag me, cause they see me on benzo. I know they get and clear, big shoe, Timberland, Versace, and drip. You know they see, say, I go down, hustle and crypto, give me my grip. Raw. Make I not know my space, all my teeth now. They play, I go lie for you. I get lean, no cash out, I go lie for you. They play, I go lie for you. I bubble, no cash out, I go lie for you.
No matter what you cap, I no go submit to power. They play,
I go lie for you. I get lean, no cash out, I go lie for you. They play, I go lie for you. I bubble, no cash out, I go lie for you.
Plenty shy, I done it on a Friday, cause I'm on the Monday. It's a done deal, they don't pay. They can't take, we are with them days. So missing set, every day is a new level, next level. That's how we the same level. We be burning, we be spending, we be balling. For your waist, I run kilometer. Now you go be my fine shima. You got the body and I got the back. I did for Canada, they blow Canada. want some things. Cause as I did like this, my body do all things I think. Now you in my mind, oh. Give me your tools, make I utilize, oh. Go on your knees, handle on my mic, oh. Shift up your pants, make I gonna slide, oh. For your waist, I run kilometer. Now you go be my fight, man. You got the body and I got the back. I did for Canada, they blow Canada. Too sure you were gonna day bell. Say forward, I no get to kill. Yeah, yo, cause say 247 me a day, yo. You know strong, make you do for day, yo. Mungo no me day, yo. Can't do. Moturo, can't do. Oti peti, moti sanleo. I've been active, I jam me sare. Sáré o, ẹ̀yin ṣe mi ẹ jẹ́ ká jayé o, ayé kan ló wà kó sáyé o. Shit, left your section of kind of shit. That ain't your bitch, that's bitch. You don't like it, you can suck dick. I just hopped out from the BJ, from the A to the Deja. Got a fetish for the money, yes sir. If she thick, then I wanna pay her. 3 more naira, do I leisure? And I'm outside with the tribe. Gang activity outside. Please believe I done seen the other side. Remember all we ever be was alive. Now I got 20 V's in garage, each house, overseas in the lot. That was 30 MGs, every P I prescribe. You can see it in my eyes, don't bother me. I be in the streets on 10 when I'm high. Oh man, I'm hot. Oh man, I'm hot. Oh man, I'm hot. Oh man, I'm hot. And if you wish me bad, I swear I'm back to center. She judge your love, my call me love, give me a border. And if my success, they disturb you, go the cover. If you know the money, no, they call me, no disturbance. I'm alright. Take your time, check calendar. I'm alright. Take your time, check calendar.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Stop before 10. As I did my time, I did put on fuck, yeah. The baby asked me, hello, what's up, bitch, yeah. She never said, let me take it, hey. So put it stop, me, I don't stop before 10. As I did my time, I did put on fuck, yeah. The baby asked me, hello, what's up, bitch, yeah. She never said, let me take it, hey. Put your deposit for, yeah. If you move, then go shoot you for, them. Put your deposit for, yeah. Put your deposit for, yeah. Pushing for it. If you win, I go shoot it for leg. Open the mouth for the roundabout. Follow the rules, no they follow around the round. They make the use when they fight for right. You put your own on the normal and left and right. They no one know, they just want the task. They collect a Ruby X, no do transfer. Then go tell you, make you bring a card. They no one yes, it and say, make you no go cast. pray. You get many things to pay today. I know the remedy, I know if you can't the play. Always I reduce the pressure, the boy go pay. Share the money where you want, a J.E.D. I get milli phones. And I go give you millions. I get milli phones. And I go give you millions. Nobody stop me, I don't stop before them. That's how they much I'm ready to put on for yeah. Baby, ask me, I know what's up with yeah. Nobody stop me, I don't stop before them. That's how they much I'm ready to put on for yeah. Baby, ask me, I know what's up with yeah.
Nobody knows how if it's hard, it is reality. Some days I am whole, though sometimes it's death I want to feel. Reality.
I said, what are you going for? One man, do chat to rock on that coin off. Depression sometimes comes with a smile. Heartbreak on many days, you can be like Joe. You go cry and sneeze, you go be like whoa. When your pain smells, then go turn to tears. Ho. Then go start to run down through your cheeks. Down through your cheeks, you go down on your knees, starving yourself, cutting yourself, and asking your why. And when nobody answers, you go lose your mind.
My heart got you black. Whoa. Where you go, baby, I don't know. I feel that he doesn't show. What the pain he doesn't show. My heart got you black. Whoa. Where you go, baby, I don't know. I feel that he doesn't show. What the pain he doesn't show. Reality.
And I carried my cross with grace and pride. But I lost my mind, I drove. I met my demons and I made them my friends. No, bro, I made them my fans. I sold them my dreams and the body in cash. My demons to Wanko, Okosisi Banko, Ojibu Magaya, Ojibu Anunko, Para Belu, Amaya to the Para, this song the Babarka, Sodom and Gomorrah. I paid all my dues, Kita for my turn, Emilio Con, I go right to the ends and I sit down in front. Each of the records, I'm making your calls, the ball is in your court. Anya Fulugo, Yao.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Yeah. Excel wise. Yeah. Your Highness. I'll be your champion.
From my heartbeat, beating so fast and I can't breathe. You know I can't breathe. Girl, you know I can't breathe. See your fine face, Coca-Cola shape and your high waist.
overload. Yeah, you got me overload. Sorry, so, your body turn me on. Every time I get with you for like it, your body turn me on. Champion, I be your champion. I make you love me all over again. I be your champion. Girl, I can't lie. I'm into you. Girl, I don't go lie. Ooh, girl, I'm into you. I'm into you. Oh, yeah, baby. The way your body bend it. Me, I can't explain it. Me, I can't explain it. I said bend it. The way your body bend it. Me, I can't explain it. Me, I can't explain it.
Got me all up in the mood. Feeling that vibe from across the room. Two hearts beating all night in the mood. Let me tell you, boy, that I'm feeling it too. Heart so nice, we just let it aflame. I already know you're the king of my game. Whisper in my ear and you drive me insane. Love the way you be calling my name. Like that motion cutting through the night. You got my back, homie, you my guiding light. And when you come through, you stay up for the night. And I'ma be on it like I'm riding a bike. And I'ma take my time, no need to rush. And I remember when you used to be my crush, but now we in love, move past the lust. And I love we trust, no lie.
I'm into you. Girl, I don't go lie. Ooh, girl, I'm into you. I'm into you. Oh, yeah, bend it. The way your body bend it. Me, I can't explain it. Me, I can't explain it. I said bend it. The way your body bend it. Me, I can't explain it. Me, I can't explain it. I still they wonder if it's real life. Cause you show me love and what this feels like. Follow all your steps like it's my dream, yeah. And if you follow left, I no go tilt right. Baby, I am fair, I don't get it plan B. Pictures in my head every time I want sleep. See, I get it cool, make you no worry. I could be your genie, you can make up. Sick, I just keep my back in it, you never be future, Quaco. Make you see, I try, baby, I love your attitude. Empty my account because your love is all I want. Sick, I just keep my back in it, you baby, grab me future, Quaco. Baby, I have equal to the task. J-Tracy make you ask, come on, let your old buggy kind of talk. Girl, you deserve all the girl, you deserve all the love. You are more than enough, more than enough. Oh, girl, you deserve all the love. Cause you are more than enough, more than enough. Oh, baby, let me sorrow. Am I the type of man you want to make a change the color? If I time to fight, I go stand and no be follow. Tell me all you need, all you want, if it's choro. Grab me if it's choro. My baby too fine. I still they wonder if it's real life. Cause you show me love and what this feels like. Follow all your steps like it's my dream, yeah. And if you follow left, I no go tilt right. Baby, I am fair, I don't get it plan B. Pictures in my head every time I want sleep. See, I get it cool, make you no worry. I could be your genie, you can make up. Sick, I just keep my back in it, you never be future, Quaco. Make you see, I try, baby, I love your attitude. Empty my account because your love is all I want. Sick, I just keep my back in it, baby, grab me future, Quaco. Tracy make you ask, come on, let your body can attack. Girl, you deserve all the, girl, you deserve all the love. You are more than enough, more than enough. Oh, girl, you deserve all the love. Cause you are more than enough, more than enough. Oh, baby, buy me some. Am I the type of man you want to make a change the color? If not time to fight, I go stand and no be follow. Tell me all you need, all you want, if it's your want me if it's your my baby too fine, she be gusty, side to one way I could make you mine, oh no. Sick I did that keep my back in the Jineko. Make me future, make you see I try, baby, I love your attitude. Let you I can't because your love is all I want. Sick I did that keep my back in the Jineko. Baby, grab me future, baby, I am equal to the task. She Tracy make you ask, so manager, what they can get. Cause you are more than enough, more than enough. Oh, cause you are more than enough, more than enough. Oh, I found a lover.